Yeah.
All right, welcome, guys. We do have the Mongolia and West Asia qualifier for the Blast Austin Major kicking off. We're in the upper bracket. Eruption and Chinggis Warriors taking each other on for a spot in the grand final here, which means you're essentially two best-of-threes away from a major qualification. Let's see which one of these teams is going to be picking it up. Do have an absolute bloodbath in middle to start things off. Score is not playing games.
Oh, thank God. Thank God, Pilsky. It's the complete antithesis of what we just watched in the Oceania series. We've had the world's slowest round, and then we've pretty much just gone in there with the world's fastest pistol as well.
Brother,
That's just music to my ears.
I always knew Australian players were the problem, you know?
Yeah.
Like, I always suspected it, but this just confirms it.
Well, ain't no messing around happening here. And Eruption, look, you were sort of saying yesterday that you thought Eruption looked like the best Mongolian team that was in the server yesterday evening.
Yeah.
And we were sort of having a bit of a discussion as to whether or not that was just because they played up against God's Reign, you know, Chinggis Warriors versus Huns. Probably, you could argue, a bit of a higher level matchup. Based on that pistol, Eruption looking mighty fine. And, nice triple again from him. How many bullets did he have in the M4 still there?
They are
I
sharp.
feel like he didn't use them all.
These guys are so sharp. It's actually unreal. This is like, I legit think this might be the sharpest team in Asia. I haven't really got too much of a chance to watch them too much, but these guys are incredibly sharp. It's actually unbelievable. Love the mechanical skill that we've got on display. Have seen Eruption take on Chinggis Warriors a couple of times already. It's a series that has gone a little bit back and forth. But Eruption, I think, winning the majority of the exchanges between these two teams. We'll see what the outcome is going to be today. First gun round here for Chinggis Warriors. Flashes up over the top to retake that B ram control. And we'll slow down for the time being after securing that.
Well, aggression from Eruption down the ramp doesn't go too poorly. It is only an MP9 lost for that. And Eruption get themselves a kill. They get a bit of information as to where Chinggis Warriors are setting up at the bottom of ramp. Rooks. Oof. Quick jump away. Bunny hop. Bounce. Get himself out of dodge. Hold on the site is very nice from Fury and Magnums. Actually, like you said, the aim is just punchy today for Eruption, but still a massive number of forces headed in the direction of Chinggis Warriors, and so they're not able to hold on to that side in the end. Chinggis Warriors quickly back into the swing of things and get themselves their first round as well.
Yeah, worth mentioning, I think News was previously on this Chinggis Warriors squad, right? Pretty sure. And he has hopped across.
Removed.
Yeah, he was removed, you said. There's a bit of drama in this, huh?
As far as I understand, he was removed, yeah.
Wow, okay. And then you got Cool Ass coming in as a stand-in. He's been fantastic for Chinggis Warriors this tournament. Really, really great performance in the game yesterday. Maybe a revenge arc for News then? Is that what this game is?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, it is Cool Ass that did replace News, so, you know, there's obviously that little conversation point to be had. Fury, sharp shot with the 5-7, has actually dropped the C4 on ramp. That's maybe a little bit of a mishap from Chinggis Warriors, that the C4 was so far extended up the ramp on its own. And Fury's kind of wondering, like, what the hell is going on? Where is everybody?
There's a flash up over the top. Looking to contest to get the bomb back. Molotov going to zone the CTs back for now. There's the spam through the wall. Kulas has read that extremely well. Taking his time to get control of the bomb back. He doesn't really feel the need to rush things too much. Chinggis Warriors with the man advantage for now.
Yeah, Kulos on 1 HP. E5 going to go down pretty quick smart. That's a nice shot from News. He needs to do a little bit more. Oh, great headshot onto Kulos as well. Just absolutely locked in. Flash is going to go over the top. News has spotted him in cave, and he has pulled off a gnarly 3K. Chinggis Warriors taking those fights one by one. Controls. His only chance is the fact that he wasn't instantly spotted there by News, but now has been seen. And it seems the round is over at this stage, because Controls only has 1 HP, but he is a 1 HP warrior. He can't get the bomb and plant it, can he?
He's been allowed to.
Surely not.
Yeah, it's open.
Nah, he won't get
Plant. Oh, he's off it. Side effect.
I didn't hate it. I didn't actually hate it as a choice, because that peak almost comes through. Side effect has no head armor. Imagine Controls wins that on 1 HP. I mean, he was great yesterday.
Yeah, Controls was the... I think Controls was the standout for me. He was the most impactful player across both maps. This is just unreal, dude. Like, I've seen News play before, but this is crazy. It's just like these Eruption players are just deleting everybody that appears on their screen in the games that I've been watching in this MRQ. A close round, though, comes down to a 1v1. These teams both looking very broke. So big swing round on the cards. 1-4 for Chinggis Warriors taking their time. Rooks. It's just unreal. He just walks straight through the cheetah smoke. Completely dry.
News down the bottom of the ramp as well. Don't know if I'm a huge fan of this angle with the MP9 and Fury picked up. News will need to double down. Oh, and he's done really well onto controls. Scorer in the meanwhile did get the kill onto E-Fire. I think News is happy. You got to be happy enough with that. Oh, he's stuck around.
Yeah.
He's got so much damage done. I think he's just got to be happy with it and back off. Now it's onto Score, who's tucked in the corner in front of the smoke. He's going to falter, and Magnum's having to try to salvage. Just think what this would have looked like had News just backed it up.
Not the Mongolian way, mate. Bomb is going to the A site, by the way. Ariukul is on his horse. He's out of here. Cool Last trying to be the best salesman possible, and he's kept Eruption interested. They haven't purchased anything yet, and they'll realize now that it's been a pump and dump the entire time. Nice open plan on the A site for Chinggis Warriors, but Cool Last is a little out of position for now.
No smoke for the defuse. It's going to be a really big problem for Eruption here, unless they get a perfectly placed Molotov. I think, best case scenario, Side Effect's just going to sit that defuse here, but it's too little too late. If he would have done it straight away, maybe there was a chance. Now 10 seconds left on the defuse timer. Kulas may get cleared out by Magnum, but Ariukul certainly will not. And that is going to be the round over and done with. Chinggis Warriors get themselves another one. Eruption, the money still faltering, but they have got themselves at least an AK to play with next round.
You'll definitely see a force here. Side Effect and Fury both double eco. So, be another close kind of swing round between these two teams, I'd imagine. Full investment back on through from Chinggis Warriors, who all died in the last round, so both teams once again bankrupt. Eruption were unbelievably sharp on the Deagles yesterday. I mean, I know I've just been glazing them this entire cast so far, but Rook, I mean, he's a jumping SMG merchant. He's lost a lot of HP, but he's still made his way up towards Red Room and Donut. E-Fire hard contesting in towards Cave and Cheetah. News punished for his aggression. Chinggis Warriors will get themselves not just a man advantage, they'll pick up Magnums as well. It's going very well for them.
Scores page 1 back. It's not really going to be enough to get Eruption into this round at all, but I don't know. Fury 5k with the 5-7 quite close on the line here. Can he maybe double down, multi-kill, backs it up a little bit. Calls for the rotation early. We've seen lots of T's. Rotation, though, comes through a little bit too little, too late. So in the end, Chinggis Warriors should be getting that bomb plant down, no problems at all. They will lose controls to a bit of spam, but that's all well and good. Chinggis Warriors don't need clean rounds at the moment. They just need rounds.
I mean, they are double reset if they can't complete this 2-on-3 retake, and Chinggis Warriors are giving them absolutely nothing. Maybe considering a save at this point, because this one's really not coming together. Score still sticking around. Side Effect punished for peeking up short side, and Score goes down as well. Chinggis Warriors, a reset on the CT economy. 3 players surviving. They are starting to front run on this T side of Ancient now.
As is to be expected, as should be the case. This is the Chinggis Warriors map pick. They are on the favored side. Need to be coming out in front.
Yeah. I feel like a lot of these Mongolian players looking real locked in at the moment. This is a pretty good opportunity to be going to the major. Dear God, man. Just an instant double deep peeking into Donut. You're running around with a Mac 10 feeling like you're invincible, but with how sharp all of the guys in the server right now, nothing is free.
Flash over the top. E-Fire dodging that one well and truly. Gets himself 3 as a reward, and Kulas there to help clean up the rest. Hoping he doesn't lose his life to the Mac 10. We'll be fine. AK retrieve. 4-3 the score. Chinggis Warriors do indeed take the lead.
Feeling more and more confident. You're at least 3 rifles surviving here. Going into round number 8. Eruption still not maxing out the loss bonus, so it's an MP9 for Fury. Rifles and armor for the rest of the boys. Util's looking good. Coolast has got the AWP out. He was kind of diffing 9 at times in the series versus the Huns yesterday. And he's immediately been put onto the boost. Looking for the opening pick with the AWP, but News is going to take a heads-up fight with the M4 against Rooks. AWP doesn't even get an opportunity. You can't just keep dry walking into Cheetah, man. Come on now.
Pilski's going to start getting angry.
I'm not angry. I'm
You won't like
entertained, but
Pilski when
that's
he's
like
angry.
the 3rd time this game, though.
Yeah. Score's going to be happy with it. He's 11-5. That's interesting.
Where's he
C4
going?
is on
The
ramp,
bomb's on
and
B
he's
ramp.
just jumping into mid. Didn't get the memo, I guess.
He just wanted to do some Foon moves. Fair enough, you know. He was doing some nice air strafes. It looked good.
Start playing the music.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, see, the thing is, it might actually lose the round. Ariukul, he just needs a headshot right here. One headshot, he's going to win the round.
You make it sound so easy.
Well, yeah. He's got to know Magnums is somewhere nearby. He'll be aware that Magnums knows the bomb is here on ramp. Where does he expect him to be? The flash comes through, but the face is there. And Ariukul will drop. But look, at the end of the day, that ends up being an extremely expensive round again for Eruption. And on the CT side, they haven't ever been able to really recover this economy from the outset.
Yeah.
That's not going to do them any favors.
I
Where is
love
he going?
what-
They had the bomb as well, by the way. The players were already down ramp.
I know. I totally agree. Like, they are really making their lives a lot more difficult than they need to be, economically speaking. But that, honestly, from the games of this Mongolian qualifier that I've watched so far, that just is the way in this region. These guys never stop fighting. But I love it. It's so fun to watch.
It's much more entertaining than what we just got to see in the
Oh, I
Oceania
don't
qual.
want to talk about it, man. Oh, Magnus has got the AWP out now. You could not have 2 polar opposite styles in the same region. Smoke to Red Room here. Much slower round this time from Chinggis Warriors. Eruption not really aggressing anywhere. Little bit of a crossfire across cave, and Magnums just on that info line, posting down B ramp, score on another info line, jiggling, waiting for Chinggis Warriors to give the information that they're actually taking mid, which is what I imagine they're going to do now that they've thrown that Red Room smoke. Clock running down, Score's quite happy to forfeit control of Donut.
Oh, this could be awkward for Fury. Gonna get himself tucked in inside of that smoke, but 3 players on the other side of this from Chinggis Warriors. Fury's just gonna get traded down, you would think. That is what occurs. It's okay to get himself 1 at least, but still gives up that mid control. This is gonna be an A play from Chinggis Warriors with 25 seconds left on the clock. They've really got to get a wriggle on, and I think that's been spotted out already by News. He's coming that over. Nade would have finished off side effect had not been for controls anyway. But this is such a fast rotate in. There's going to be a real challenge in from News. He can't quite deny the plan. But he has at least got that donut control, and right now he just wants to hold on to that. They're going to push in his direction, but he needs some help. Magnums is not going to get there in time, but News again, he gets another kill. I don't know how. Where's the bomb? Planted for donut. Magnums could have, if he had a kit, almost gambled it. But he doesn't. He might have lost the round now.
He's tapped it again. 4 seconds. The wrap around from Coolast is incredibly big brain. Oh, he's going to execute Magnums. A round for Chinggis Warriors, a much slower one. But a beautiful mid-round call, it has to be said. They forced their way through Red Room. They had 2 players committed towards the B side of the map. They smoke off short side and flash over B as if they're going to commit to B. And then they kick off this A split. It's just beautifully coordinated. I mean, like I said, that it's just constant fighting in this region, and what it makes these teams so good at is like these coordinated pivots in the mid round. I was kind of talking a little bit about it yesterday. It's like when Mongolian teams are at their best, man, they're just running at you on the T side, but it's not just one guy. It's like the whole team in a coordinated fashion.
He's going to go through nicely onto News and score. Does prompt a bit of a push back in, though, and Side Effect again is just going absolutely ham with that USP. The 5-7 of News, who is doing an absolute number to his former teammates, is now up to 11-7, a double kill in this round as well, and now a very winnable one for Eruption. Controls will catch News on the exit, but he's not prepared for the headshot from Fury, and it's just down to Rook's solo. Bomb dropped on the ramp.
Oh.
Rough round indeed for Chinggis Warriors. The score will complete it 5-5, the scoreline.
Look at their money, man. Rooks is double eco. The rest of them have 2k. You cannot afford to get ecoed there. You really can't. Multiple rifles picked up by Eruption. And this is what I was talking about. Their pistols are so unreal right now. Deagles and 5-7s just instantly clicking on heads. Palms are getting a little bit sweaty after that one.
They're going to call attack timeout.
Yeah.
And say, what do we do? Try not to get shot in the head by pistols. Try not to get triple dinked by Side Effect's USP.
Honestly, I think you got to, double dink, triple dink by Side Effect. And then he just air strafes at you and laughs all the way to the Austin Major. Yeah, I think they got to be the ones shooting people in the head with the pistols now, because one of their players was double eco heading into round number 11 here. So you kind of have to force on the T side in this position, and indeed they will. The problem is they take a timeout, makes it very clear what they're doing. Like Eruption, you need to throw some proactive util, and that's what you're seeing. Instant mollies and nades onto the ramp. They're trying to play anti-execute right off the bat. Score.
Yeah. Through the smoke, that's wild. Who's also going to be contesting with the assistance of a flash from Magnums and Fury, locking down any push into Cave. It seems like Eruption were very confident this would be a B hit. They were correct in that assumption. Magnums will spot them on their way over towards A. Does clean up controls. And he's going to hear Kulas on his way through Donut. So the bomb plant will go down for Chinggis Warriors, but this round is more or less done. Bomb won't go down. Kulas not keen on planning it. I think he's kind of now pretty doomed.
He cooked himself. And off the back of that eco, Eruption could get themselves a 7-5. And Kulas chilling in Donut. Fury's quite low here, but I don't think you're ready for a lot of these off angles. Plant.
Something
Denied.
he has to try and plant. And
Yeah.
that'll be the go signal. 7-5 would be a really solid first half here from Eruption, no? Like, the way that this half has played out, it kind of looked like Chinggis Warriors should probably have the lead. Eruption low on money for, say, the first half of this half, and yet somehow they've managed to get themselves to 6.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling like Mongolian CS is like peak Asian CS now. Like we used to get between a lot of like the Chinese teams, you know? Where it's like, it's so entertaining because like they're so aggressive and it can completely backfire at any moment. You can just get ecoed. Oh my god, the nades have done so much damage on B-Ramp. There's no entry into this site. I mean, it is way too rudimentary, you know? It's like Tech 9 armor. Of course we're going to rush B. And that's where the CTs are already throwing nades on B-Ramp and just absolutely decimating you. Like, we need a little bit more nuance here, guys.
News knows the entire strat book. He's been there. He's done that.
That's true. They've kicked him, and he's leaked the entire strat book.
Yep. Wouldn't be the worst thing, by the way.
But if he did, it's hilarious that he is punching down on them so hard right now.
I'm just going to say, it wouldn't be the worst thing that's been leaked by a player that got the Mongolian team. Let's just, no is no. No is no.
Come on, bro. Every week,
Yeah,
Selfish guy's got a new email in his inbox.
that's true. Or in my DMs. A few paragraphs. Anyway, News going to be locking down this lane position. He does spot Rooks out and he'll be forced back into Cave. Eruption a very good understanding of how this round should be playing out, and they're not really going to be up to any funny business, though. These guys watching mid, I don't really know why they're watching mid when News knows that he's got the guy stuck in cave.
I want News to have the kill, you know? It's all about supporting our king. Brooks, I mean, it's kind of checkmate for him at the end of the day. He's
Getting a
found
lot of
the best
space.
to play to find Magnums, but that's all he's going to get. 7-5 for Eruption. Beautiful recovery on the CT side. They're feeling good now. All right, back into the second half between Eruption and Chinggis Warriors. Eruption winning that eco and getting the majority of the rounds on the CT side here. They've had a great start to Ancient. Now Chinggis Warriors have got to show us what their CT side is looking like. Is their map pick, so they need to try to make some moves now. Execute coming into this A side, smokes towards PT and Donut. Kula flushed out by the Molotov, but gets away with way too much. He's emptied an entire clip of his USP right now without getting traded. Finally will be cleaned up.
A little bit of a messy one to start things off. We've also got this lurk happening over towards the B bomb site, so let's just hold the horses over on A for a second. Score working his way up the ramp. There's a kill from Magnums, but Rook's also still anchoring over towards B, and it looks like Eruption are going to somewhat be baited to go back over towards the B bomb site by this push that Score is making. His timing proving to be quite important. In the end, though, I imagine we'll just see that bomb reroute straight back through Donut. It's taken a bit of the scenic route back to the A bomb site, but that'll be where the plant is going down. There's more control over there for Eruption. Fast retake attempt, though, from Chinggis Warriors. They're going to go basically as the bomb plant is hitting the floor. They picked up a quick 2K. Pistols. USP is going to work, and Defuse is now on Fury. No chance at all in that one. And that is Chinggis Warriors winning the pistol.
Well done. All three players surviving, combined to complete that 3-on-5. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. I read teams in this qualifier are not great sometimes at grouping up in the mid to late round and just playing things simply. Kind of overcomplicate, have too many active lurks in play, and they drop numbers consistently. Allows some of these teams that are behind in numbers to be able to complete rounds exactly like that one. It should be Eruption's round on the pistol every day of the week. Horseback coming in now, though. Eruption waiting out the initial wave of utility. Chinggis Warriors have secured a lot of mid-control. Still with a two-man setup here over on the B side of the map. Looking to block with a couple of smokes. Eruption preparing themselves for the exit timing.
Eruption happy to just slow things down now that they've got that lane control. But what are they waiting for? That is the question. Maybe the sort of probe in from News and Score into Cave if they get rooks. Could that be the go signal? A couple of quick binks into the head of News, and nothing to be done about that one for Eruption. Score using the molly to clear out Cave.
Execute coming in. And as expected, Chinggis Warriors blocking with the top big ramp smoke. They have heavily rotated to this side of the map. E-Fire keeping an eye on the middle of the map, just jump spotting from Red Room. There is 4 players ready to defend this B site right now. And Eruption, I just don't understand really what they're doing. I mean, they're waiting out the util. They just look completely rudderless right now on the T side. Only now kind of organizing themselves for what kind of execute they want to do, and there's just so many CTs in these very forward positions looking to stop them before they can scale up to the sky. I'm just surprised they've even found any entries here.
No! Side effect is a pistol demon at the moment, bro. He's getting everything done. Doesn't matter. USP, Tech 9, don't worry about it. Magnums maybe didn't quite get the memo, as he's not able to do the same with the Deagle, but even the fact that Eruption get a bomb plant there feels kind of illegal.
Yeah, legit. I totally agree. The T-side calling has not looked that great for Eruption, to be perfectly honest with you. They've thrown away a 5-on-3 on the pistol, and then that round they're just getting blocked by pretty standard, like, top B ramp smokes, you know? And they just don't have a plan for that. Pistols purchased up now for Eruption. Score's given the hero AK. He is the chosen one. Back in the D13 days into IHG, this man was a certified upcoming stud in Mongolia. He's had to take a couple steps down since then. But to send this guy back to a major would be a hell of a storyline.
Yeah, certainly would. I think a lot of people would be keen to see Score back at a major. Not the least the players on Eruption. News has dropped early on in this round, but Eruption will definitely be able to get a bomb plant down on the A side if they just walk their way out. Smoke's going to come through for CT. Troll's just going to blow that one open, so he is going to see the bomb. He's going to be able to drop it as well. Magnum's trying to cross in towards the big box. Is going to go down early on in the piece. Score is what we have to turn our attention to, and he can only do so much. Just the one with that AK. Not really putting this round together for Eruption. The side's starting to look pretty solid for Chinggis Warriors. Money not too bad either.
Yeah, Eruption. Feels like they're running out of steam a little bit on this T side. Haven't gotten rolling just yet, though. All light is still pretty close. So won't count our chickens.
You don't have any chickens.
I
Don't even
don't.
lie.
I always just wanted to be a city boy. Yeah.
Like your creature comfort.
Yeah. Cool last. Been run boosted up on the shelf side here. Dude, this is the 4th time this game someone's dry walked into Cheetah for both teams. It's just illegal. He's gonna go down. What's that?
Score's allowed to.
Score's allowed to. Yeah, that's true.
He plays that position
Might
on
be
CT.
past. They haven't even been ready for it. No one was even watching that position for the entire round. Like, what is going on?
Well, I can tell you, Chinggis Warriors look to be winning this round, and with that, they're going to set themselves up for a pretty good spot in this second half to actually start to push towards a map victory. See how many guns they end up losing. Just the 2, not the end of the world at the moment for them. But if it gets any more expensive, maybe that'll start to change the narrative a little.
I mean,
Perfect needs to speed this up because he is getting flanked by Rooks, and there's one. Not aware of Kulas's position. Also not aware of Rooks' flank coming through, and that'll be enough to win the round for Chinggis Warriors.
Eruption are very sharp, but I'm not actually seeing that cohesive of the T side right now. Feels very disjointed from these lads. It really feels like they're relying on a lot of individual skill and for people to win their duels and take certain timings. Like, that's your first gun round of the half. Like, if I was IGLing a team and my first gun round, I go into my first gun round, the last thing I want one of my players to do is try walk through a smoke.
Luckily, you're not in-game leading a Mongolian team. Chinggis Warriors contesting in onto lane. It looked pretty easy so far. That flash caused a couple of problems for even the CTs on lane, but not the guys coming down ramp. So side effect, he's going to be good for one. Oh, he might actually get a bomb plan here. Oh, he's decided to cancel it. Don't know if he would have gotten it down anyway. 10 up for Chinggis Warriors. CT side looking pretty fancy.
Yeah, 4 alive. Their money is fantastic right now. This is where you just got to ask, like, what are you doing on the team side, Eruption? I need to see it now. Because we got the full buy coming up in this next round. You got full utility. What is the go-to gun round looking like for Eruption? Kulas has got the AWP out. He's having another banger game, by the way. Like, what a pickup for Chinggis Warriors. Coming into this MRQ, I mean, in the first game I watched from him, he was diffing 9 on the AWP.
Surely no push through that cave smoke this time from Score. Oops, already showing a bit of presence over there. It's going to be a walk-in into Red Room instead.
Oh. Great shot from Fury. Flash to scale on in, pushing Kulas off the line. That leaves E-Fire high and dry, and he's not even ready for side effect. The dry walk through the A main smoke, although it was a bit more coordinated with what was happening in the rest of the round, to be fair. So that one definitely not as egregious. And that was a much better look from Eruption. Early mid control, had a clear plan of what they wanted to turn that into. And then just using these sharp players to get in on the entry and get active. That's beautiful stuff.
You know, it may just be the early half things for Eruption. Okay, we're going to play a couple of looser rounds, let the guys see what they can do. If that doesn't work, let's default back to something a little bit more pre-planned.
Yeah.
So let's see how the rest of this half develops. Want to win for Eruption, but obviously by taking so long to get to this point, they have allowed Chinggis Warriors to build up a pretty substantial economic backup.
Yeah, but with Eruption not chasing any of those kills, you can see they recognize that. Like, they weren't throwing away guns willy-nilly in that round. They know they've got work to do. They need the economy to be able to string these gun rounds together, which is why you don't see a single player hunting in that round. Need the money to be able to string these T-side gun rounds together and start to chip away at Chinggis Warriors' money. And they put a pretty big dent in it as a result of winning that round. Still 2 rifles allowed to be saved over for Chinggis Warriors. The AWP is still there for Cool Ass, but one's been thrown over to Magnums. Wasn't too familiar with Magnums and Fury going into this qualifier, but these guys, I've definitely got my eye on them in the Mongolian team.
Made into the smoke. Wolf's definitely expecting some funny business from Eruption. Funny business is just going to be straight onto the site. The Molotov's causing such a massive problem, and News gets out on a perfect timing for a double entry. Ariuko smoked off and flashed out and watched as well there by side effect. That's just round over. Chinggis Warriors don't even get to compete into round number 19.
Yeah, this is so much more organized and decisive from Eruption in the last couple of T-side gun rounds. They've gone from looking absolutely lost to just looking like a well-drilled unit. Or losing that duel to E-Fire, but it's not the biggest of deals. I was saying they shouldn't hunt in the last round, but this is where you can see they've already built up the T-side money. This is time to take every gun away from Chinggis Warriors that they can, put as much pressure as they can on that economy. Fury on the hunt, spamming away, trying to draw some aggro from Magnums, I think it is on the other side. But after all said and done, there will still be 2 CT rifles saved into the next round for Chinggis Warriors, which I think will be just enough to put one more bite together, but that'll be it. If they drop this one round, they will be reset. And Eruption have built up a crazy bank on the T side now. 2 gun rounds back to back, Jordan, and this game has flipped on its head.
I think that won't be the first time that we're going to be saying those words this evening. Chinggis Warriors and Eruption seem like quite an even match. It's a matchup that I expect will be swinging back and forth as we go through this best of 3. Eruption, though, making a good name for themselves on this T side of Ancient now with those couple of entries. They do lose News. It's not the end of the world. They have a numbers advantage. They're going to start to work their way into that A site quite confidently. Kulas will be smoked off in a second. Lead into that smoke, not even required. Fury's just going to bang his head off through the smoke anyway. If one plank goes down, it will have to be another save for Chinggis Warriors.
Score already kind of on the hunt. He's been low HP just sitting on this side of the map. See if anybody's going to give him a rifle for free here. Well, that's worth it. 1 for 1. Ariuku going to be allowed to hold on to the AWP. But taking that rifle out of Chinggis Warriors' hands makes this next round a lot harder to buy into, actually. What a bloody pre-fire from Fury.
Very awkward for Chinggis Warriors now.
Surprised they've even bought a hero rifle into this one, to be honest. Controls going down to 650. Seems a little irresponsible spending-wise, but Cool Ass is saving the AWP is exactly what you wanted to see. This might need to be a hero round from him.
Just a lucky shot through the smoke, though, is one way to start this round off for Chinggis Warriors. News will take the timing and work his way into Red Room. So you think this is probably going to end up just being an A hit. A lot of this comes down to how much work these guys in Red Room can get done. News has kind of missed the timing window, but Plus will miss the shot, and that is still going to allow Eruption past into CT Spawn. He's gone through the molly. News switched on enough to turn around and deal with that, now being the pincer strike onto the A side that will cause a havoc for Chinggis Warriors.
Control
coming in here.
Coming in on the flank, but I think you want to save this gun heading into the next round. He's just taking an additional one away from side effect Footsteps can be heard running back towards spawn side, and Rook's looking to hold on to Kulas Storm. So look, it's nice to push some kills in there, but economy-wise, Eruption just do not care about losing rifles. They've got so much money. They would effectively be happy trading 2 or 3 rifles for just one player at this point.
Go on looking. Flash. Be a good one. Rook being dug out by Eruption, and that is now 11-10. It's been a really nice string of rounds on the T side from Eruption. It's their map to lose at this point.
Yeah, I mean, 4 or 5 rounds ago, they were under the pump. Things are very different looking now as we head into round 22. Eruption with good enough money on the T side to close out this game. Start off the series well. Chinggis Warrior is going to have to be very consistent and convincing on this CT side to come back into it. Another run boost up on the shelf side. Full mid take out from Chinggis Warriors. Kulas taking a little bit of damage. Bam, through the wood wall from Rooks. Gets the man advantage here for Chinggis Warriors. One that they sorely needed.
I'm interested to see what News can get done here. His timing seems like it's not too shabby at all. Hasn't seen anybody else in middle. Fury has been spotted. So flash out to slow things down a little bit. News is going to try and bully Red Room away. Rolls in Donut. Ooh, plus the 1-2 punch of the players coming through from Red Room. Chinggis Warriors looking fantastic in that round.
What a bloody mid-crunch. Where did that come from? Chinggis Warriors just peeking in tandem. 2 up through Red Room controls. Just pivoting through Donut. Tack timeout for Eruption. That's not what they wanted to see from Chinggis Warriors. A convincing round win like that helps the CTs to establish their economy. Gives them a punching chance to actually close out this game in regulation. If not, at least try to secure OT. This game means so much to all of these players. Seeing Mongols lead the way in this region and actually do some damage internationally. And with the way open for one of these teams to join them in the major, really want to be that next wave of Mongolian talent that everyone has their eye on.
There's low T on the cards here as well. Both teams have reasonable money going into the next round should they lose this one. Take 2 back-to-back pretty good rounds. That is certainly going to help with Score opening the account onto Controls, who again has been really the standout for Chinggis Warriors. Aryuka will catch up with News though, who's speeding up the pace again into Red Room. That is starting to become something that Eruption have done quite a lot.
I think News is probably the best player in this tournament at giving away man advantages. He's very good at that, but he's also very good at sometimes getting 3. So, I don't know. I don't think I want to mess with it, to be honest. He's a confident king. We love that. Eruption grouping up towards B now.
Perfect.
What's that?
I said a B hit here would have been perfect, but I wonder if Eruption are going to take a little bit too much time to cotton onto that back player jumping up on the shelf. Rooks is going to lose his life. Fury's still watching it. But sooner or later, Efi is going to choose his timing as well. Haryuku around the back. Going to get a kill for free for sure. Oh, never mind. He has whiffed. And that might be the round for Eruption. Chinggis Warriors relying on E-Fire, who luckily for Eruption hasn't dropped the bomb. This round has kind of got everything.
Oh, man. 1 on 4 almost for E-Fire. Do anything in this round, and it's a beautiful peek in the off angle from Side Effect. Map point for Eruption. But you can see Chinggis Warriors with some decent money left over after a very, very clean round in round number 22. So enough to try to fight for OT here.
And they've got a timeout as well they can use to have a chat.
Yeah, a lot of timeouts in this game. These teams are locked in. Even got the seat covers on, you know? Got to keep things clean.
Okay, right back into the swing of things. Eruption with the chance to close out the map right here. Give themselves the 1-0 lead going into their own map choice. Top control left. Chinggis Warriors early on in the piece. Eruption. Thought about a little bit of a faster play, but not going to go for it just yet. Again, news to get involved early. Magnums through a flash. Eruption, they look like they're doing it. B site has just folded. Chinggis Warriors scrambling for a rotate. They're going to be met with flames twice.
Oh, he got that!
For a kill, but even that is not going to save the round.
Yeah, especially with Fury cutting the rotations. I mean, there's no entry back into B through CT spawn, and Fury's cutting off the rest of the map. There's just no way to get back in here for Chinggis Warriors. The only road that they're heading down is straight into map 2 at this point, because Eruption are going to get it done here in regulation. Beautiful game from them. And what a turnaround, given how wrong that game was going at 10-8 or 10-7, somewhere around then.
Yeah, that was a really up and down map, but it did kind of get to a point where it felt like it was Eruption's to lose. He finished it off quite nicely in that second half, but look, end of the day, this is not over. Chinggis Warriors have sort of shown us enough to make us think there is still something to be said for this one. To think about that when we do go into map 2, which is going to be Anubis. It is going to be Eruption's map pick, and it is going to be coming up after a little bit of a break. So we'll take a 5-minute, 10-minute one here, Pilski, and be back when the map's ready to go.
the West Asia and Mongolian Austin Major qualifier is Chinggis Warriors versus Eruption in the upper bracket. Eruption taking that first map on Chinggis Warriors map pick, but if you are not a familiar Mongolian CS enjoyer, in the recent series, these two teams played against each other. The exact same veto. You had Eruption steal Ancient away from Chinggis Warriors in the same fashion, and then Chinggis Warriors came back and won the next map. So, let's see if we're going to trade map picks again today here, Jordan. Started well for Chinggis Warriors already.
Yeah, but swinging back a little bit with those couple of quick kills from Eruption, and now the B side starts to open up a little bit. There is a progression smoke available. One dropping over onto the CT side as well. Side effect will go down in canals, but bomb plant has been achieved, and Fury lurking around through that smoke gets all the way in behind. Oh, don't take that fight anymore after you've missed those shots. Aryukel turns on a dime and shuts him down. That's a massive missed opportunity for Fury, and it might well win the pistol round here for Chinggis Warriors. Magnum's desperate. He gets 2 binks, but it's not going to be enough. And Chinggis Warriors will win the pistol.
Bro has gooshed absolutely everyone, but couldn't get it done. Almost certainly you'll see the force through from Eruption here, though. Flying up into the next. Yeah, that is
so unfortunate. The thing is, like, he doesn't even really need to take that fight. I think even just walking into CT is such a powerful position with that crossfire with B main that it might have won the round anyway.
Probably right. Force is coming out here for Eruption, though. Mostly Deagles. These guys are super confident in their Deagles.
As they should be. We've just seen the first bullet accuracy is not too bad.
And the Skull's got the AK. Fair bit of util spread around the team here on the T side. Chinggis Warriors, I'm assuming, opting to start CT on this map. Interestingly enough. Eruption making some moves in the middle of the map here. Just chilling in a 1-3-1, waiting for aggression on the extremities from Chinggis Warriors. The aggression will come in the middle of the map. It's a pop flash play looking for a pick. Progression smoke from the T's, though, to deny info over on the B side of the map. Middle of the map being routinely cleared by Chinggis Warriors. Push over in A main, wanting to play a little bit more disruptive on this side of the map, and that's exactly where Eruption are heading.
Yeah, Incen gonna slow Eruption down. But Fury's getting some nice space in middle, and the A main hold has not exactly gone to plan for controls. This round now starts to get a little bit problematic. Brooks' position, an important but relatively untenable one. He does really nicely to get 2. The 2's not enough here. There's Eruption. Crack open the site. He fire. Just gonna walk through that smoke. Fury wants to go for a fight with the Deagle instead of the rifle in hand. It might have been better off just getting the reload off and playing that one a little bit slower. Chinggis Warriors make the retake happen, and they make it look easy.
And 2 alive. What will Eruption do in round 3 here, knowing that they've taken a lot of guns away from the CT side? See if they're going to double down on the forces here. Brooks got a lot of value in this position. A beautiful flash to allow him to convert 2 with 1 clip of the MP9, and then E-Fire finds this perfect timing. Really no pushback from that point in the round by Eruption. That looked like a pretty routine 2-on-3 conversion. Eruption with that bomb plant going to invest a decent amount in this round, just wanting to keep the economy of Chinggis Warriors honest and see if they can steal away a round before they actually start going for these full buys, and it's looking like a quicker timing towards B.
Flashes now as well. Gulas avoiding those really nicely. The first flash just doesn't connect, and so he's able to line them up. Clean hold this time from Chinggis Warriors, and they are off to a stellar start here on Anubis.
Yeah, good economy steadying around for them. Faster set plays from Eruption. As far as I've watched them, have mixed in some slower contact, as we saw in round number 2. See what they have in store for us for their first gun round here. They've got a little bit of work to do, because the money's looking fantastic on the side of the CTs. 2+ K on absolutely everybody. Control's going to hold on to the MP9. Player inside of E-Block looking for the set smoke. There is the flash trying to open up the opportunity to go for an opening pick. Side effect immediately throws down his molly in A main just to deny any space to the CTs at all.
Yeah, we might not be getting that same fast play out on Anubis as what we did on Ancient. Very default heavy setup from Eruption.
Yeah. I think both teams are a lot slower.
They worked their way into canals early.
Oh, that's a good pick from Fury, though. Could see Rook's post poking around towards double doors there for quite a while. Eruption, man advantage, and they flash their way into A main. It's looking like a pretty good position.
Yeah, B-side's been completely left open by Chinggis Warriors. It's a bit of a gamble, but again, it's quite early in the half here. They've got a few rounds the advantage. They can afford to take a gamble like this. That's not going to have a massive downside, even if you aren't on the correct bomb site here, and obviously they're not. Can just sort of save these, probably just the 3 rifles. Controls can maybe have a little bit of a look and see what he can do. If he can get anything done, then maybe you are incentivized to go for a retake. Controls, oh, he got the headshot onto News, but AK trumps MP9 in this case. And there you go. That's exactly what's going to happen. Chinggis Warriors will save the 3 rifles through. I think overall that's a fairly acceptable round on both sides.
Yeah, nice round for Eruption, though. Good entry in towards double doors from Fury. Eruption stay in kind of a 1-3-1 holding pattern, just keeping their options open. Securing control of A main and just putting util pressure on the middle of the map. Pulling the wool over Chinggis Warriors' eyes that they're going for a mid to A split, but they had their active lurk over towards B the whole time. They were quite happy to just go and link up with the player over on that side of the map to complete that round. So nicely done. Orp's going to come out for cool ass, though.
This is old from Coolest. Backup of another player there on bridge, and now that the position has been given away, they're going to decide to just back it off. Shown some presence. Again, similar sort of thing from Eruption. Bit slower, but still moving through the map, this time into A main. Side Effect gets the opener onto Controls. Great trade, brilliant stuff from Score and Side Effect. We put a lot of pressure on the A side. That might draw a rotation off of B. If it doesn't, Eruption definitely looking like they're setting up for this A take nicely. Second guessing themselves though, and they'll work their way through canals towards B.
Yeah, Eruption quite happy to skirmish in the earlier portions of the round. But slowing things down with the man advantage now. News has plenty of time to make his way back through T-spawn, see if any of the CTs have gone for some aggression. Potentially get a freebie and continue to extend the advantage that Eruption have already secured here. Once again, Chinggis Warriors quite happy to stack towards one side of the map. Smokes exchanged over on that side. News just throwing a one-man fake here. Try to keep the CTs interested, and that's exactly what he'll do. Eruption, in the meanwhile, takes space in middle. Walk through A main. And little do they know, they have walked into a nice and open site right for the picking. Should be a second round on the T side here for Eruption.
Yeah, again, similar kind of result. It's not the end of the world for Chinggis Warriors. This is just going to result in another 3 saved rifles. So, yeah, it doesn't really like change the situation all that much. It just kind of like adds another point to the tally for Eruption. You know, there's not really much movement in terms of the economic battle. It kind of stays stagnant, even though Eruption have won 2 rounds in a row, which would be the point at which you'd be thinking, okay, we're starting to get some reset territory. Because Chinggis Warriors have been managing their economy so safely, it's really not back to square one just yet. Kind of repeating the same conversation over and over.
Terrorists win.
You're going to get another buy through. 3-2 is going to be the scoreline. Eruption still looking for that break round, but as of yet, not forthcoming.
Haven't had an opportunity to get Kulas really involved in any of these rounds. I've been singing his praises today, but I just haven't really seen him have even the opportunity to connect very many shots with the AWP. They've had a great start to the CT economy here, Chinggis Warriors. They need to get him involved in the game. Another defaulty round here for Eruption. Info denial smokes into E-box and front B. Double nade stack over in-house there. Doesn't hit anybody.
Once again, more of a default spread from Eruption. News hoping for a contact into the site, but won't get the one that he was looking for. He's now spotted out. It's on that jiggle. Gonna back off. The player already progressed outside of E-box for Eruption, so that's not a bad position to be in if they want to go for a B hit. Quite a lot of players actually set up inside canals. There's no doubt that this should end up being a B take. Molly in behind the site. Going to dislodge Ariukal. He'll have to double up on Plat, which will now also be volleyed. He has to back up a step or two, dancing around the pillar. Shots coming through from E-Fire are looking pretty good. Rook's in there as well, but they need just one more side effect. Magnums to open this site up. They'll get it. Ultimately, not a bad take from Eruption 2-on-2 in the post plant. It's about as even as it's going to get. Oh, with Coolast catching up with Magnums, now side effect has to do something tricky, and even honestly, fading into that smoke in temple might have been it. He's instead going to go look for the fight in towards CT. This, I don't think, is going to be it. Yeah. Even if he gets the kill there, it's probably a pretty straightforward trade for controls. Bit of a one-and-done position, that little nook, that little corner. And it'll be a defuse secured by Chinggis Warriors.
A bit of a drive-by from Kulas to close things out there. And it's a good sight flood in there from Rooks. Just having that extra body really made all the difference. A lot of time bought by E-Fire there to allow controls to get in such a good position coming in on this E-box flank. Kulas finally able to get something done, able to get involved in a round, even though it was towards the later portions of it. All power on the T side now for Eruption. I'd imagine they're going to keep sticking to this slower kind of default pacing. Progression smoke front side of B here once again, looking to deny information to the CTs, make them worried about some kind of exec pop. Or just dry walks into E-box, forcing out the molly. A little bit more aggression on an individual basis in the early round for Eruption, but they're still very much in a holding pattern, just running this default for now.
Looks it to be a little bit more a main control attempted again for Eruption. They've generally been pretty successful in getting that. Side effect would have spotted out Coolast. The flash did connect, so no shot from the AWP. It's going to prompt out a smoke from Eruption to try to force their way in there. Counter smoke out, boost over the top here. Coolast locked in and waiting, but not going to be seeing anything. Eruption again slowing it down. It's very interesting to sort of see the change in approach based on the map.
Yeah. Ancient was Slugfest. Much slower approach from both of these teams. Not even that much CT aggression out from Chinggis Warriors. As Eruption starting to make moves towards the middle of the map, gearing themselves up for an A split. You've got the rotation in from Rooks to reinforce that B site. That'll end up being a mistake unless Chinggis Warriors can go pretty big on the hold here, and that is not a good start. Controls hits the deck already. Only one player left on the site for only a second. Kulas once again dead before he can even fire a shot, and that's an instant save from Chinggis Warriors.
Yeah, this A take has been, I would say, a little more successful for Eruption than the B takes have been. Even when the round hasn't necessarily panned out for Eruption, they've been able to get into A on a reasonably consistent basis. Eruption now on the hunt. So this is where there's been a little bit of a shift again in mentality. Previously, they've allowed Chinggis Warriors to save these guns. Now, going to go and look for some economic damage. News from the B site. A couple of other players coming through from T-Spawn and from middle. They are definitely going to be able to catch up with Chinggis Warriors. It's just a question of whether or not they hit their shots. Bomb goes off. News looking for the peak. Won't get E-Fire here. Oh, will get E-Fire. That is not a good save at all for Chinggis Warriors.
Money in dire straits here on the CT side now. That A-crunch works out beautifully. Multiple players on 1500, 1700, end of that round. 3 pistols come out here for Chinggis Warriors. After a great start on the CT side, once again, Eruption have turned around their fortunes, similar to what we said towards the tail end of Ancient. Enough money for an AWP on Coolas, but he just really hasn't had much of an opportunity to use it. This could be an opening pick. He's legged him, and Score's taken his head off. AWP retrieved by E-Fire. It's risky business. But still, you're not feeling confident about your position if you're Chinggis Warriors down a man here.
Yeah, News holding on to this line, hoping he's going to get a peek through. Yeah, Ariuko not going to swing, but once he does, News just missing a couple of shots. So re-aggression from Chinggis Warriors. Fury is watching for that for a second. Chinggis Warriors have been able to pick that line up now, though, with an AWP. News not switched on enough to catch up with Ariuko there, and this now starting to get a little problematic for Eruption as they've dropped another gun over. Wrap in behind them. They've got an AWP and an AK to deal with, but Ariuko going down will mean it is just E-Fire and a very, very wounded Rooks. So no more chances in the round for Chinggis Warriors. It'll be save time again.
Yeah, Eruption waiting to see if one of the CTs will feed them an extra peek here or there, but once again, going to be able to walk into an empty A site. This T side just going better and better for Eruption here.
Yeah, but in saying that, Chinggis Warriors already have 4 on CT, so they don't need a huge amount more in this half. Whereas the onus is kind of on Eruption to keep pushing.
I'm going to keep looking for that AWP. Not sure if they're going to find Chinggis Warriors, though, all the way in T-spawn here. Unless Fury goes on a bit of a mission. Oh, good shot from Fury. But AWP still retrieved at the end of things. If I'm going to pick that up and hold on to it in the corner. But that's pretty much where the good news ends for Chinggis Warriors. Not how they wanted that round to start. Honestly, a little unlucky from Coolas there. Score's model moving all over the place as he drops down into the water, and even if you feel like you're pointing that AWP center mass, it still counts as a leg.
For the score, Eruption doing a good job of recovering this half after a rough start. Still more to be done. A little bit of an upgrade to some of the pistols behind the save door. The CT rounds have not really looked too scary for Eruption so far in more recent times. I imagine that this one will either, unless Coolers can find a way to get in early, involved with that AWP. He's on a rotate over to A. Looks like a full gamble stack from Chinggis Warriors to the A site. He may get rewarded for that. Eruption going to flash their way in. Coolas ready with the AWP, and Page attempted and secured by Score. He's found a double. He needs more. Getting a distance from his teammates as well. Coolas not prepared to go for the swing, but the AWP now spotted and position taken in middle is going to start to inform some rotates for Eruption. B side open and rotations cut off. So this is looking quite solid for Eruption.
The score hanging around, though. Could be punished for doing so. Bomb has not been planted yet. This is still a losable round. Duel in A main and over towards Beach simultaneously here. Score's going to win his. This part of the map, though, Fury loses his, so AK in the hands of Ariukul. Eruption still can't really make up their minds yet about where they want to be ending this round, but with 20 seconds on the clock, they're going to send it over to B, and I think Chinggis Warriors will just hold on to the AK and the AWP after all's said and done.
Yep. Starting to feel a little bit like Rooster on the CT side of Inferno. Every round to save. It's got to be frustrating for Chinggis Warriors, but again, keeping in mind they don't need to do anything too astronomical in this half. They've got 4 already. Just another 1 or 2 here, and that sets them up for a really good second half.
Yeah. I mean, it's interesting that the veto's gone this way, that we've gone Ancient and Nuva's Nuke, because it's the exact same veto we saw between these two teams a couple of weeks ago. In, I think, Astana Qual? Astana Qual is what a lot of the teams in these regions, leading in MRQ, recently just kind of cut their teeth playing.
It was the Astana Qual.
Yeah, so... Like I said before, both of these teams are losing their map pick in that qual, and so far, so good as Eruption's picked up Ancient, picked by Chinggis Warriors. And Chinggis Warriors, I mean, like you said, already 4 on the CT side. Anything over the top of this is a bonus, and they're feeling probably pretty good heading onto T.
All right, this is good though for Chinggis Warriors. Guns back in hand, ready for a solid defense. Kulas and Ariukul already chunked down. Controls as well, losing a bit of HP. The start of this round is favorable for Eruption. Score, he's got ants in his pants and he wants to keep dancing around. Trying to push his way into E-Box, but eventually giving up space there over towards Canals. He'll just back out. I'm very interested to see what the setup will actually be for Eruption again in this round, because, you know, it's just another default setup. Looks like Bridge. Mid-take. Maybe into A. Rooks will be the first point of contact here, and Fury gonna have a bit of a look. Will lose his life. Where's the rest of the swing? Double swung, and in the end, he will fall. Did well to get 2. A side still defended as well by Controls.
Kind of on his own for now, though. Gonna drop himself a smoke for safety. E-Fire hanging around in middle, but cut off by a smoke for now. Controls playing a bit more of a retake setup. This is a good position to shift into. He's going to catch Score on the cross and give the CTs the man advantage. E-Fire now closing in on Cans. Bomb has been dropped in the open. 25 seconds, and Magnum's not ready for E-Fire to just miss, get straight through this. Smoke to crunch onto the site works perfectly. A 5th round for Chinggis Warriors, and Eruption. Just not enough coordination in that round. They're running around like headless bloody chooks in the late round right now.
Which was sort of something that we did highlight at the start of Ancient as well, where sometimes these rounds kind of just evolve into, oh, can X or Y individual do something? Chinggis Warriors up to 5. So you'd have to say they have somewhat reached the par score. They'll keep on pushing it as far as they can. And side effect down early on in the piece. This is a change up from Chinggis Warriors. They're sick of this slow pace that Eruption are bringing. Decided to increase the pace themselves, force the issue a little bit. Score as well. Getting a kill early on in this round. Things kicking off a little sooner in round 11 than they have been previously.
News was thinking about it, but opts not to go for a little bit of a mispush. I remember an ECL game. Was it like an East Russian team that was the guy dry pushed that smoke every round? For like 10 rounds in a row? Was that casting with you or Mac?
Yeah, no, I think it was with me, and I think it was like, was this last season, not this season?
Yeah, I think so. That just lives rent-free in my head. The dude just threw the front B progression smoke and just pushed straight through it. 10 rounds in a row. There's a push on the other extremity from the CT side, actually, and Magnums has punished in kind. Eruption with a 2-man advantage here.
Don't want to be throwing this one away, and it doesn't look like they will be, as Fury will clean up Rooks, and Kulos is on the complete opposite side of the bomb of the map, I should say, to the bomb, which is headed into A. That is it. 6-5. So Eruption would really quite like this 7th round. You need to be getting yourself a little bit of a lead on the T side of Anubis. Obviously, you'd probably want more than 7, but it's the best they're going to get.
The replays kind of say it all there. Like Chinggis Warriors, they had a set play to open up that round to get them the man advantage, and then you just watch a replay of CTs running into the Ts, just holding angles one at a time and looking a little bit lost. I think sometimes some of these teams could benefit from some better protocols to just close out man advantage situations. Test in the middle of the map though. Blast. Catches a face full of that one. Beautiful flash to set up Fury for success. I mean, he's been playing against someone who's played that angle so many times in a row.
This is devolving a little bit for Chinggis Warriors. They're still trying to fight for this mid control, but B is already lost as News has crept his way out onto the side through the smoke, and he's still fighting for that temple position. Fury catching controls as he tries to rotate over to B to try to assist, and Eruption look like they're going to win this round. E-Fire a head's breadth away from death, and Rooks not looking too much healthier. They will have to go for the retake attempt, but yeah, 5v2. Don't like these circumstances at all for Chinggis Warriors. You could probably simulate this a million times, and I don't even know if they'd win it once. Rooks down, and E-Fire, last man standing. It's going to take a tickle to finish him off, and everybody wants a piece of the pie. They all want to get involved. The 7-5 is the first half scoreline for Eruption as they try to negotiate and claim a 2-0. I'll be right back.
Shorter break. Straight back into the second half here. Score has started things off well for Eruption. With the opening kill over towards that B side of the map. Chinggis Warriors replying by creeping through the middle of the map here. It's a full retake setup on A. News just playing hands off the keyboard right now. Quite happy to allow Chinggis Warriors to walk into this site. I'm still hearing some groovy music. It's really adding to the ambiance of this pistol round. News. Feeling smooth with the music. Rest of Eruption walking down waterside. I don't know if it's just me that can hear that or if that's coming through on stream. It's really hard to cast with the music on, guys. I'm not going to lie. There we go. It's gone. All right, Eruption kicking off this retake now. Score's going to lead the charge. He opened up this round. He's leading the charge with the dualies. All of Chinggis Warriors trying to play this one from heaven side, but they're getting crunched from every angle. Fury is already on the defuse, and there's just not really much to do about that. They fought hard to try to get back in there. But that's a beautiful flood from Eruption. Way too much chaos for Chinggis Warriors to negotiate. And they will drop that pistol as we go straight into a tech pause.
No, not like this. Chinggis Warriors not looking quite as confident right now as they were at this time yesterday evening. Some concern on those faces, but still a lot of Counter-Strike left to play in this map. This is an interesting setup. We saw this yesterday as well with the
Oh, that's the microphone. That's why he's got it like that.
Yeah,
That can't be comfortable.
bro's looking like Bane out here, you know?
Yeah. What's your take on the in-ears? Obviously, you're someone that has had experience playing on LAN and stuff like that. I never felt like it would give you particularly good sound quality, but I've always been a headset user, so
I never really had great in-ears, but it definitely is pretty solid for like directional sound. I know that like there's some really good quality in-ears these days that I know a lot of players are probably pretty comfortable with. And it is obviously the staple for LAN is playing with the white noise and the in-ears in. So I think for players that want to kind of get used to that and simulate the same environment, then that's kind of what they want to go to. And some players really do swear by it. Like even in the online games, they'll continue using them, as we see for some of these players, but majority of them with just the regular kind of headsets that you'd expect. So I think it's one of those things where like probably is better to just use a headset in the online games. But if you really do want to prep yourself for best performance in big tournaments and on LAN, then yeah, I think using in is very important.
yeah. I mean, if I was playing as a profession, I think I would use them at home as well. Practice how we want to play. And frankly, they do look more comfortable than wearing a headset all day. Anyway, that's a good start for Score as Rooks just tries to play a little bit of a game with him through the doors, but the Enfor's going to reign supreme this time around. Fury also away from E-Box by the Molly. And interestingly enough, Eruption have actually pushed a player out. It is again News, who's the guy that's trying to get on the front foot. He'll end up losing his life now. There's a bit of a flood happening on the site. Score doubled up in that position with Fury was unexpected, but will still fall. An Eruption do not wanted to be losing this round, but it seems like they're headed in that direction. It's an important kill from Side Effect. He still needs to get a little bit more done. Well done from Side Effect as he locks those 2 kills down. That saves the round. That could have very easily gone away if Chinggis Warriors.
Force Spy dealt with. No bomb plant for Chinggis Warriors. This is starting to slip out of control. Eruption team themselves up a potential 2-0 here. Unless Chinggis Warriors can get rolling and get rolling soon. Hero AK given to Coolast. He needs to do some damage to this CT economy and stop this Eruption snowball from picking up more and more pace as they roll downhill into the grand final here.
Sloan setting into the race. Eruption get those smokes down early on in the piece. Chinggis Warriors kind of respecting that. Not going to get up to any funny business early on in the piece. There's another re-smoke for main from Eruption. It does look like they want to clear that out as well. Side Effect going to have a bit of a looky in. Just Chinggis Warriors really waiting down the time, are burning some of the CTU till. Expedition happening in mid. It's Rooks up against Score once again for that exchange.
Finally getting some movement. Contact in. Coolast on the AK leading the charge here. Score's made it very deep up middle without really being checked. Or sorry, Rooks does. Score will deal with him. Here's the double peek into A main. Side Effect going to clear up a couple of the T's there. Not much impact from this AK. Ariuku's going to try to pick it up and even take one with him, but he's not allowed to. 4 alive for Eruption. They swat away the hero AK and pick themselves up double digits. Undoubtedly, they are looking like the best Mongolian team in this qualifier and just hurtling towards this grand final.
Yeah, this is rough for Chinggis Warriors. They looked so good yesterday. And today just falling a little bit flat. Potential rematch with the Huns is looming, especially given the fact that, you know, Huns playing against God's Reign later on today are very much expected to win that matchup.
This being the upper bracket match does give you a little bit less pressure because, again, it's not an elimination game. This is not the way that Chinggis Warriors envisioned today going.
South of Magnums posted up on that B line. Resmack over in A main to secure that control for Eruption. Util to take the middle of the map here for Chinggis Warriors. Side effect clearing out all of A main. Eats that grenade. That's a full meal right there. 48 damage. Chinggis Warriors kicking themselves into a higher gear now. 55 seconds on the clock. Molly to secure E-Box. Getting ready to get this B split going. Smoke in towards A main. Eruption wanting to delay them. They're a little out of position. It's just Magnums and News alone on this side towards B. No rotation anywhere near them.
One from Magnums. Setting Eruption up for success. The flank coming through, but it may not really matter if so much damage has already been dealt. He's playing on the front of the site as well. He'll get involved before the flank comes through too. They've spotted out the last couple of players over towards B main, so it's just that one member coming in from Temple that is the X factor here for Chinggis Warriors, but Magnums is playing safe from that. Yes, Chinggis Warriors have got the site, but a 3-on-4 retake, it's not even going to be a retake. Eruption are there already before the plant. The numbers doing the damage, but Rooks has got 3. And Fury lets the bomb plant go down with 2 seconds left on the clock. He's crept his way through from main. He's got to imagine this will be a double stack in E-Box. He's got the nade. That won't hit Rooks. Doesn't have anything else to assist. He's just got to try and fight and win it. He's got 20 seconds to play with before he really has to make this swing. But inevitably needs to take the fight, and Rooks comes up huge in that round for Chinggis Warriors. 4 kills in it. And they secure what was a very awkward round of 4v2 in the end. Chinggis Warriors pull it off.
That's just a massive impact round from Rooks. That breaks the CT money. At least one player broke off the back of that. Eruption were really kind of picking up more and more momentum. That round really wasn't looking good for Chinggis Warriors until Rooks' too many miscellaneous aim duels given away before they're even able to organize themselves to complete any kind of retake on the site. Like, there's just no chill for these Mongolian players. There is just, they really need to learn, like, in some of these situations, someone just needs to sit in a corner and wait for the big rotation to come in. You just don't have to take every single fight.
Is this attack pause maybe to just have a little reset? Still not a terrible spot to be in for Eruption. You know, that's obviously a speed bump, but you've got a fairly healthy lead here. You can recover from that, no problem at all.
I mean, this is a very important round. This could just be the end of the game here. If Eruption's able to pick it up. Only one player surviving in the server. Both teams scraping the bottom of the bank account. Score's the one to take the AWP out here for Eruption. Been a while since I've seen him with it. But he's going to use it to inflict the first blow. It's been Score versus Rooks in the middle of the map all day long on Ancient. And Score has kind of been coming up better. More often than not, we're pushing again in the 5-on-4, are we? We're going aggressive on B main. It's worked out well this time, though.
Yeah, better than well. It's worked out fantastically. Player has gotten in onto that B bomb side, but Fury's got no problems dealing with him. Just, again, a drive-by with that MP9. The mobility that it provides is disgusting sometimes. And in the blink of an eye, Kulos is like, what? Where's my team gone? All alone.
Dude, I feel like this has been coolest all day. Every round he's had the AWP, he's just been like, he hasn't been able to shoot a bloody shot. Like, I don't think we've had the cam on him that much, to be fair, but like, I haven't seen a round where I've been like, oh yeah, Kulas has been able to get something going with the AWP. Like, I feel like he's just been holding angles and throwing utility. And then saving. I mean,
not this time.
This round, man.
No saving here. Oh dear.
Eruption win that swing round. I do not know how Chinggis Warriors are going to be able to deal with that. 2.5k. Oh my god, they're forcing. This is insanity. Tech 9s and armor, Galil. I mean, E-Fire can't even decide what he wants to buy. He's like, what do I buy with 2.5k?
So many things, so many options.
So many options. Tech 9 and util, or Galil and no util. What do?
Maybe lose?
Yeah, I don't like this buy. I think this buy is terrible. We'll see what they do with it. Double mollies into the middle of the map. Gonna take house and double doors. Maybe an A split on the cards. As Score does get smoked off here. Flash into camps to try to set him up for a peek. He's gonna start off well. Again, inflicts the first blow by taking out Rooks, but traded well by E-Fire. Now you have Magnums and Side Effect under a lot of pressure here, and that is not a shot you can afford to lose. Magnums dropping, and Kulas will get his hands on the ult now.
Push in from Fury. It's an important duel to win. Just to keep this round alive, chances of the retake still reasonably slim, especially with that kill, but there's a timing. Push through the smoke here from Kulas. He's seen them both, but just wasn't pre-aiming in the right direction for either of them, which would have maybe made it possible.
They've made it work. Picked up a couple of rifles.
But how long can they get by doing this? You know what I mean? Like,
I
every
don't
round
know,
that we've
bro.
seen from Chinggis Warriors on this T side has been a little bit of a touch-and-go type round, right? It's not showing enough to really say they're confidently winning T rounds and that they're going to be able to pull back a deficit of 4.
I mean, this is an easier one. Bloody hell, Score lag. He's every round just bullying Rooks. 5 seconds into the round, Rooks just takes a dink to the dome.
Well, it's not too bad of a start, all things considered, for Chinggis Warriors. Numbers advantage. We'll take it, even if it is tenuous, given low HP on Rooks. Fury.
Oh, dear.
Swing and a miss initially, but he will pull it together. Get the kill onto controls. Doesn't spot anything else out on the A bomb side, so he's just going to hightail it over towards B, and Chinggis Warriors look like they're going to commit to this take on B. There will be 4 players to contend with, all with upgraded pistols. So this one is definitely not over until the Fat Lady sings. Chinggis Warriors losing a player to Score. Still 2 more CTs yet to find. E-Fire clearing out Plat, but not well enough. As that 250 will strike on Plant. Not quite denied. That could have been a huge difference maker in the round. Rooks is low though, and now he's lost Coolest. It's over. Eruption have won the round. Chinggis Warriors. Why did they go B? They had 40 seconds. They didn't have to commit.
I think losing the money man on that side of the map towards A to Fury just made the panic run into B. You can see the bomb was already going there on the replay there. The bomb was going back to A. They were calling the audible to join up with that Mac 10 money man. And as soon as they lost him, they just wet themselves and ran into B. Attack timeout for Chinggis Warriors. The crack's really starting to show here. I mean, this is the MRQ. If you cannot handle the pressure, then you are not going to be going through to the major.
No. Not at all. I think it's probably done in this particular instance for Chinggis Warriors, but they will be able to reset and go into tomorrow and still have a chance. Got to play back-to-back BO3s, though, if you're going to make the lower bracket run. So the team that they're playing up against tomorrow either be the winner of the God's Reign or the Huns matchup. You have to get past those guys, and then you'd have to face Eruption in the grand final as well. It's not going to be an easy run. Lead in already. Giving a bit of a tickle to Chinggis Warriors.
It's a hell of a nade. So much damage done. They're going to try to kick off this execute straight into the sky, but they're already battered and bruised on their way in there. Side effects and score are just ripping them apart. Couple of replies, but into Magnums, it's all over. Fury scaling out the cam smoke, and Eruption, you can see they're ecstatic. Barely even moving in the cams. All right, this guy's moving. Beautiful. That was a really convincing 2-0 from them today. They are looking incredibly sharp in this qualifier. I love everything I've seen from Eruption thus far. And rightfully so, they will be our first representative in the grand final.
Yeah, most definitely. Overall, pretty solidly played game from Eruption. Definitely still some things I think that they could sort of fix up on, you know what I mean? Like they do have some moments where you just look at them and go, what kind of happened there in that round? Maybe a bit of a communication breakdown, or an individual's decided to do something that throws caution to the wind. I don't know, but they're doing enough, certainly, and currently making a pretty clean run of this RMR so far. But I am very interested to see how Eruption's going to go in that grand final tomorrow, because there will still be a tough matchup, I think, regardless of who makes it through. Again, I will say probably not expecting it to be God's Reign, expecting it to be either Chinggis Warriors or Huns. If it's a rematch for the Chinggis Warriors guys, obviously there's that. You know, you get a rematch either way. And I think there's some blood still to be spilled of Eruptions. Let's just say Huns going to want to do that. Chinggis Warriors going to want to do that. But either way, it'll have to come tomorrow. Now, though, Pilsky, time to start thinking about our next series, the Huns and God's Reign. That is an elimination match, so the stakes get raised.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Alrighty, Pilski, are you here? Looks like the game has started. We're ready to jump on into the pistol round. The Huns have lost a couple of players already, straight out the gates, and God's Reign off to a decent start. It's all good. It's all good in the hood. But we'll see what Yami's going to be able to do with this P250. He is a dangerous player. He checks this corner, bangs off ahead. All of a sudden, the round starts to open back up. Oh. Yeah, you can bet your bottom dollar that these guys are going to have a little bit of a look in with these Deagles. All right, whatever. We're working through some tech issues, guys. Don't you worry about it. Hopefully my voice sounds okay. Pilski, I think maybe the one that doesn't sound okay. Who knows? It sounds okay to me, but I don't know what you sound like on stream. We're back. We're all good? Okay. Don't worry about it. You know what? I'll tell you a story about that after this round. Maybe I've already told you it, but you focus on this round first. It's been... Oh, he's trying to hold on to the B-side solo, and that's just a tough ask when you've got 5 rampaging Huns headed in your direction, or 4 at least. Fontane's going down. God's Reign could think about this retake, but it's a pretty scary one with Fired Up being only on 4 HP. Trouble is, they won the first round, they won the pistol, so they don't really want to lose this one. Give that control of the economy back over to the Huns, but they'd definitely be giving up a huge chunk of that control if they went on to lose this round after trying the retake. And ultimately, that is what ends up occurring. Yeah, maybe saved, or maybe it won't be. The Huns will win that round and start to steamroll their way into this T-side on Dust 2. My story was, did I tell you about the interference that caused the massive delay at the Auslan that we just had?
Yeah, yeah,
from the white noise generator. What is that?
The white noise generator was like making one of the players get packet loss on LAN, right?
Yeah, something like that.
That's kind of unreal. Oh, interesting. So I guess God's Reign are not at boot camp here.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Didn't get that one yesterday from the Huns. You were talking about how some of these internet cafes aren't exactly massive places.
No, this looks incredibly crowded, bro. You know? I quite frankly, I mean, I've only been to 2, but if I could never go to another Chinese boot camp center, I would make that decision right now. Oh my god, though, I really want some tea. Like some good tea from China.
Some peach symphony.
Bro, the tea is unreal there. Like, I've always been a coffee guy, but if the tea in Australia was anywhere near what the tea is in China, I might be a tea guy.
You know you can bring it back?
No, but like the way, like even just getting a tea from like a place.
Yeah,
You
the
know?
availability of just like not specialty teas per se, but all kinds of fruit teas, this and that.
I
Whatever.
would never,
Hot, cold, whatever.
I would never go to a cafe and ask for a tea. But in China, I'd be like, oh, a tea. Well, I'm just gonna get
Yeah.
that. You know?
Yep. Comes in a
The
nice
tea is
little
actually a better option than the coffee.
carry bag and stuff. Yeah, they do better coffee now. I mean, I'm not a coffee drinker, but as far as I understand, they
It's
do have a
true.
bit of a better coffee culture now. But the
Yeah.
tea is definitely up there. I mean, China's always been a tea like culture, I guess, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Some of the coffee franchises go hard in China nowadays. Anyway, back into the action, guys. Few teething issues, but let's get serious about this game. Elimination game here. Aggression onto short. 9 just strafing back and forth, holding down the bloody garden hose. Spraying everyone down. 1-for-1. Inside a middle though. As God's Reign just collapsing in the middle of the map, trying to make this as messy as possible and win some duels. Bartak's just going to crab on out of there.
Yeah, this is a messy round. This is gone haywire. God's Reign. Going to try and get out in front of that one. It's not going to happen. Tiramisu defeats Dovahkiin. Top 10 things I didn't think I would be saying in 2025. Dragon Ball brought down by Tiramisu. Who would have thought that the Huns have found themselves a second round?
Tiramisu versus Dovahkiin, yeah. Sounds like that's a Tiramisu clears that one, of course, right?
Someone stole your sweet roll.
Tiramisu clears everything, mate. Go to dessert. 9, I'm gonna need you to get a primary weapon. No, he's just gonna Glock anti-eco, okay. Stop opting. He's probably just gonna line orb next round.
Yeah, it's not 2. It makes sense. Look at that.
Alright, okay, I will never say anything again. My bad.
Just do not speak.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
If you do not speak, you're in big trouble as well, because technically you are paid to speak, so it's kind of a catch-22 right there. I might get another one here. Or stolen. 3-1 though for the Huns. It's worked out phenomenally well. Nine's not even going to bother to upgrade a weapon.
I mean, if he brings a Glock into the next round, that's respect. I'm just staring at it. I'm sure you are as well. Okay.
Okay, so he's gone for the AK of all things.
Yeah, I mean, they've got a B spawn. I would have expected him to buy an ult, but given that the Mac 10's got the best spawn for B and he's bought an AK, we already know what's happening here.
Unless...
Oh, I thought that was going to be a B rush. I guess not. They have opted to slow things down. Yami's been sent towards the middle of the map, a little util pressure. Molly to short, smoke into mid to B, trying to pull attention away from Tons, where the rest of Huns looking to make their way through. Nice entry there from Bartak. Good spam through from Finn to reply.
Well, the bomb plant goes down for the Huns. Again, this T side look pretty okay, pretty comfy so far. Like Yami's position here as well. God's Reign are not going to go for the retake. So round 2, we saw them sort of try something a little bit into the B-bomb site when they were losing to the force buy. That kind of cooked their econ for the next sort of 3-4 rounds. Now they've taken a different approach. Yami gone. He's gone hunting for some kills. He probably should come back across and pick up this AK that's been brought across by his team so lovingly. And then 4 in the end for Yami, but a rifle's a rifle. We'll take that.
Despite conceding the pistol, looking like a good start here for the Huns. Looking to grind their way through the lower bracket. This will just be the first step of doing so. But even if they make it through this game against God's Reign, or vice versa, you have got to play a best of 3 against both Chinggis Warriors and Eruption in the upper bracket just to make it to the major. Aggression from Finn. Love to see that from him. Picking 9 in the middle of the map. Now this round gets a little bit more one-dimensional. Continued aggression. I'm loving this from God's Reign. Getting in the Hunt's face before they can really even kick anything off. Getting multiple picks.
Yeah, playing disruptively. Not playing back in their shells as we saw a little bit yesterday. I thought God's Reign was not too much confidence out from them, but yeah, that's looking nice. Nice double swing coming through. Pokemon picking up the headshot there onto Yami. Obviously, Finn having a little bit of an impact in this round as well. Team's not getting hard carried by a coach today. At least not so far. That's Barvi chiming in as well on a push. So a very disruptive round being thrown in by God's Reign. And Huns going to be left reeling off of the back of that. It'll be God's Reign now, ideally, keeping 5 guns alive and building that CT economy up to kind of start their campaign on the CT side. That will be successful. Well done from Pokemon.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, wait.
What's up?
They're playing it. They're at ACL. They are at ACL. That's what's going on here. God's Reign are in China for ACL.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense.
I recognize those chairs from the photos. Probably all except for Pokemon. Although maybe he's even there. I don't know. If he's their coach, he might have gone with them. Have to have a look when we get his POV on the cams there. I think that was... we just got to see Finn earlier on for a second there.
Yeah, someone was playing in the dark elsewhere, but there's definitely multiple players on the cams at that boot camp.
Yeah.
Huns with some long control. Once again, committing to a 1-4. Yami has been left on the lurk in towards lower tons. Movements from God's Reign. They've taken upper tons. Yami lies in wait. Rossi, slow peek around the corner. Still gets a dink off onto Yami. So Yami very low here, but won't be able to be traded. He's going to drop a smoke for safety and get out of dodge.
Still got a hefty defense on the A side of the map, so God's Reign calling this one correctly, at least for the moment. Huns aren't committing to anything just yet, but the movement of Yami does indicate to me that they are going to want to finish on A. If there was any doubt in the mind of the Huns right now, he probably would have stayed over toward the B side of the map to somewhat inform those rotates. But yeah, this is going to be an A take from the Huns, and God's Reign already quite nicely set up for this. So 9 will have to come into play with this AWP. You'd expect there's going to be a swing in onto the site from God's Reign. Nade into the smoke. Doesn't spot anything out just yet. Bam on through. And Finn. Some good damage done. Barvi tucked in the corner here, trying to hold on to his position. Eventually will go down to a grenade, and 9 double kill from him. One with a nade, one with an AWP. The Huns have managed to make that work. It was a decent attempt from God's Reign, but right up. This case scenario now, just going to hold on to the AK.
Yeah, but what I like from God's Reign is how active they're being on this CT side. Like, much less indecision from them. I hope that continues across to their T side. It's usually where they have a few more issues with some of the decision-making. You could see Pokemon on the T side previously trying to get really active to create opportunities and simplify some of these rounds, but already it's good to see God's Reign not looking indecisive. The Huns are a solid side inside of Asia right now, and a team that's recently attended some international tournaments. So undoubtedly, God's Reign would be not only the underdogs in this series, but maybe not even expecting to really be playing Huns in this position in the tournament, most likely, given that a lot of people had them as the favorites going into this final. So just this is much better for God's Reign. If I saw this kind of thing more consistently from them, I would be a little bit more invested.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree. The thing about God's Reign that is so frustrating is you do see these really good rounds out from them often enough that makes you think, okay, these guys could be something. But for some reason, it just doesn't come together as a cohesive unit all the time. And certainly not on as often of a basis as most of the other top teams in Asia. It's good though. Oh, but well traded by 9. Tough shot to hit there from down in lower dark onto short.
4-on-4 now. Huns making their way up catwalk. Pokemon has secured control of long, which simplifies this round a little bit more for God's Reign. But 9 Picking up Finn in the middle of the map. There's an entry from Hiramasu, which I guess is the role. And that's the A site wide open. So what was a decent position for a moment there has very quickly fallen apart. Oh, crispy one from Zerol. And Rossi, not much for him to do in this round, but hold on to the M4, and especially given the state of the money here, that's exactly what he needs to do. God's Reign, the rest of the boys with like 2+K in the bank account can put another buy together. But what has been a promising couple of positions or a promising round or two, you know, when you take a step back and look at the big picture, it's 6-2 for Huns. Great money on the T side. Like, this game is starting to run away from them.
Yeah, similar kind of vibe to yesterday's game for God's Reign as well. I think we were sort of saying similar things about that first map of Ancient, where there was a couple of decent moments from God's Reign. Some individuals were hitting some shots and doing some things, but as a general rule, they just kind of weren't winning rounds, and that's kind of the same vibe here again for God's Reign. We're getting some okay starts to rounds and some decent individual moments here and there, but the rounds as a whole are just not being converted for whatever reason for God's Reign. And so Huns up to a 6-2 lead. Gonna give God's Reign a bit of thinking to do.
A little bit of a chat before we head into this next round for God's Reign. No AWP on the CT side here. Had a great game from Fired Up yesterday. Not that it really helped God's Reign get a map over the line in this qualifier. Aggression. Straight off the bat, in towards Lower Dark from both Fired Up and Rossi. Long control. Coming out here for Huns, and already Barbie's lost his life. Finn trying to play that pivot position there. Does do a really good job playing the off angle, and in the meanwhile with that B pick, this round's going better and better for God's Reign. I just love it when they're getting more aggressive. Dear Lord, just taking a fight with Zerol top mid. This is absolutely brutal for the Huns. They just were not ready for God's Reign to just be running at them.
Yeah, it's not something that they're expecting at all. 9, however, at the moment, 10-3. So let's not count him out of this round just yet. I'm sure he's going to look to try to get some damage done, but brilliant high-low setup from God's Reign. Impossible to deal with as an AWP. And that will get them their third. So again, you know, good round out from God's Reign. Just sort of ties into what we were saying at the start of that round, where there's instances of some good stuff coming through from God's Reign, but where's the continuation of that? You know, are we going to get 2 or 3 rounds in a row for God's Reign to put together a good half here, or does it just end up being like these one decent rounds here and there, and you know, you're ultimately still just not really putting anything too sizable on the table?
They're all pushed out a long rather, and that will secure control of that part of the map for God's Reign. Fired Up, missing an opportunity. Yami almost gave him a bit of a sitter there to get a man advantage, and Rossi already thinking about the push here. Refression, smoke comes out. Yami is just, again, not really ready. It's ridiculous that he's alive there. 92-4 from Rossi, and now Fired Up all alone on the B side.
Fired Up can get one, but no more than that. Drop down on that B bomb side, and you'd think that may just be the round over here, as God's Reign again will be incentivized to save, to just hold on to their economic position. Oh, that's a bit awkward. Bit of a traffic jam as they try to escape. Yami's going to catch up on Barbie. And Huns are going to 7.
Unfortunate. That could have been such a different situation, right? Like, you pick Yami in upper tunnels there, then you can pivot. I mean, Fired Up was already shifting close tunnel. Like, from that position, Rossi has upper tunnels. All of Huns are stuck in middle, and then you have the AWP playing from tunnels, like kicking you as you try to come up the B ramp with the reverse doors. That could have been an entirely different round for God's Reign, and that one pick just got converted. No, don't make me watch it again. For God's sake, not again.
Well, this double AWP going to be the name of the game for the Huns going forward, it would seem. Once again, straight out onto long. Some flashes getting tossed forward as well, but no one from the Huns too keen to peek around the corner just yet. They'll set themselves up for this long take with a bit of U-tilt in a second. Smoke to go forward from the Huns. Not yet thrown, but there is that sort of defensive smoke tossed in by God's Reign. It hasn't really done anything, though. It hasn't slowed Huns down at all. You don't have any players playing behind it as God's Reign to give any funny business. So CT smoke now in, as Appa mentioned, and the Huns making their way forward. 1-for-1 so far over Zera to ensure that it is now a 2-for-1. God's Reign lose complete control of the A bomb side, and again, probably this round. Now, they do have a little bit of money to play with. They can probably afford to lose a gun here just to see if maybe they can get their way back into this for a remake somewhere, but losing all 3 guns would hurt. Player on short has been spotted. A little bit of a creep up from Rossi, who wants to boost somebody. Not going to be able to. It'll be fired up against 1-for-1. It looks like the commitment is in from God's Reign. Good kill from Pokemon, but 9 setting himself up on much the same angle. An unexpected off angle is just going to leave fired up alone, and he's really struggling here. There's nothing you can really do as an AWPer in that position. So 8 on the board for the Huns. All the guns taken away from God's Reign. They will be able to afford a buy next round, and they will also be able to get an AWP. So there is going to be something there, but it's not looking too hot for God's Reign in this first half of Dustin.
Yeah, they've had their opportunities, but slowly but surely, Huns are pulling ahead on the T side right now. Whoops out for fired up. It's a decent buy to try to close out the half here. You know, you can talk about opportunities all you want. And I mean, the narrative has been good starts or some good rounds for God's Reign, but still not able to get a win on the board. This is yet another good start with an opening pick from fired up, punishing Cobra for the long peek there. Huns respond by taking the middle of the map, and we'll probably just try to turn this into a mid to B.
Does look that way. The smoke's gone down in CT spawn, which would certainly indicate as much. But not pushing the accelerator just yet are the Huns. To be fair, they haven't really done anything to actually put pressure on that B bomb site, so they were waiting for a rotation to come through from God's Reign. I'm not sure that they're really doing enough to prompt that yet. Nade into the smoke. That's really nicely timed from God's Reign, and they reap a massive benefit from it. 9 have to come up with some magic here to lock down those rotations, while Yami does some work over on the B side. Rotation coming in as well from 9 now with that bomb in hand, but God's Reign already setting themselves up for some progress towards that bomb site. I don't think you can plan here as 9. You've just got to have gun in hand. Yami wasn't ready for it. It's 9 solo now. May just have to chance the plant. The walk through the smoke, though, will be his undoing. It's the correct choice in this instance from God's Reign. At least take one more round at the back end of the half. So a 4th on CT side, while it's not phenomenal from God's Reign, it is something to play with in the second half. about to get underway here in the first map of what is an elimination match. Pressure starting to mount on God's Reign. We highlighted yesterday that they are one of the first, if not the first, depending on your technicalities of the situation, representatives for the Indian region in this whole major cycle ever. Obviously, there was one particular India qualifier at one of the very first majors, but this is the first time that we've seen an Indian team trying to qualify through the standard process, and there's definitely some pride to be taken in that regard for God's Reign, but so far, struggling against the Mongolian opponents that they've been up against. Yesterday, a tough ask. Today seems no different. Cobra pushing his way down middle. Yami looking to clean up things himself here as the flash comes through. Does push Fired Up away, but there's nowhere to go. They've already lost bedroom control, and Hiramasu once again defeats Overking.
God's Reign, not the start that they would have wanted on this T side here. No bomb plant for them. Seen a lot of teams go for the round 2 force regardless though, Jordan, and once again the pistols and armor will come out. Quick movements towards that B side of the map. Aggression into lower dark. In kind though from Yami. Looking to zone these players back. Quick smoke into the middle of the map. Yami trying to secure control with an upper dar smoke, but the rest of God's Reign pushing their way in. And he will take the path of least resistance. Go meet up with the rest of the boys towards B ramp here. God's Reign, what looked like it was going to start as a B play, is now going to start to move towards middle a little more.
There's Zerolt's going to be ready to watch for that one, but B player down is going to change the ideas up potentially for God's Reign. Have been smoked off at upper tunnels. Nine going to be on the move, looking to try to recover the player disadvantage. He does a good job of it into middle. Cobra, however, is down to 2 HP, trying to hold on to that B site solo. So that is a incredibly weakly defended bomb site right now. Luckily, he's got a resmoke through there from Zerolt, which will make him a little bit more comfortable. And Nine is definitely putting in work in this mid round, just floating around the place, trying to look for duels, keeping the Huns with their noses in front.
B-play could change things up here. God's Reign need to try to get themselves an entry. Cobra buying time for Zerolt to scale into the site and flood on in, but he's lost his life in the meanwhile. Zerolt able to go for 2, and Pokemon once again trying to step up for God's Reign, but with only 15 seconds and the bomb dropped. He's outnumbered 2-1. Going back in towards upper tunnels is going to take too much time. He doesn't even have time to get the bomb down. All Huns need to do is just send one player in and deny the plant. Ooh. This round is over.
Oh, he did. Wait, I'm confused. Okay, yeah,
he
did
planted, but he didn't have enough time. Like he missed the plant by half a second. So
yeah, that's what I thought.
Anyway.
I think the Huns like recognized that as well, that the bomb hadn't gone down in time, and so they didn't peek it. And then they killed him
after time, actually. So that actually was smarter. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to figure out.
$900. That was. I mean, I'm surprised they could tell.
No, I'm pretty sure that was a conscious decision. I think it was, because like you could see that the timer had ticked over to 3 seconds. Anyway, whether it was or was not, it's worked out really nicely for the Huns. Yami down 1 for 1. It's a good shot in from Barbie's Deagle, but around the rest of the map. Okay. 2 kills for Barbie. Rounds on offer, maybe. M4 picked up and gotten out back to safety there, Pokemon. He's going to start dumping some util. He's got the mid to B smoke up. He will instantly lose his life, though, as Bartak spots his little noggin popping up over the Xbox. Cobra as well, looking pretty comfortable on this B site this time around. Full HP, happy to take those fights. So a little bit of excitement early on in the piece there for God's Reign, but it is very quickly starting to slide away from them. This will be an 11th for the Huns.
Yeah, fired up. Not much to do in this round, especially with only a Glock. Unless he finds some god-tier timing here. Should be pretty cut and dry. He's found an M4, though. No armor. Aim punch, very much a factor. He has actually picked up a molly here, so if he just tosses that into the site randomly without even really knowing where Nine's at, It would flush him off the site, but 9 with a lot of cover to play. And there goes the molly. Will push 9 out of position, but he still has the box to play with, able to jump back towards ramp. The rest of Huns starting to mobilize now, and he's kind of caught in between a rock and a hard place. 15 seconds. Just really trying to take one more gun away, but Bartak swings out from short and closes things out. So 11's up for the Huns, knocking on the door of closing out this game. And unfortunately, it feels like the same story all over again. Some decent opportunities for God's Reign in this map. Some nice shots being hit here or there, but they will slowly but surely kind of let the map slip through their fingers.
Yeah, I don't really know what it is for God's Reign, but I think a lot of the time they seem like the kind of team, they give me a bit of a vibe where they do let the occasion get to them a bit. And no bigger occasion than this for God's Reign, trying to qualify for the major. Right up, we'll at least start this round off positively for his team. But Huns taking that long control still. 9 has a resmoke for these doors if he wants it. Finn getting the duel into middle as well. This is going to split the map in two. Cobra trying to solo hold the B bomb side. His timing's going to be awkward here if the push comes through that smoke. In fact, he's turned back to have a little bit of a look at it, and the smoke will be fading shortly. So Barbie just backing off. But here's where you'd like to see some decisiveness, I think, from God's Reign. I want to see them lock this round in. Attack. One before going down. 9, another. Here's Cobra Zero, though. He might actually still be able to make this one happen. The bomb should go straight over to A. And he will, you think, not be aware that Fired Up is going to be behind him. He wouldn't be expecting him over towards B. In fact, Cobra's thought the same thing as me, that the bomb's going to go towards A. What he's not aware of, exactly what I said. Fired Up has already walked out the B doors. And that'll be around for God's Reign. So maybe a little bit touch and go for a second there, but they do lock it in pretty comfortably in the end.
Yeah, but, you know, how long can they keep stringing these rounds together? Because you're going to need some insane consistency. That's a big round to win, though. That puts a massive dent in Hunt's economy. So that's good to get them up to 6, unless something egregious occurs in this round. But you're going to need more consistency, honestly, from God's Reign than we've seen from them in this qualifier thus far, to be able to try to complete a comeback here on Dust with how far they've ended up behind.
USPs aren't going to be too threatening. The 5-7 might be. God's Reign don't want to be dropping this one. It would be pretty egregious. I mean, the map is going to be really tough to bring back, but that would slam the door shut of any possibility. Some nice space up onto the A side. I think they should just pick the pace up a little bit here. Again, another one of those things with God's Reign is they have to seem a little indecisive and get caught sort of just milling around a little bit, and there's another instance of it. But nonetheless, bomb plan's going to go down on A. It's a 3v2 post plant. It's not too bad. However, they do give a couple of AKs back over to the Huns.
Three on 2. Yeah. But, yeah, Huns just going to hold on to these AKs. Try to min-max this as they move through the rest of the CT side. So, God's Reign passing the first test of many that will be needed from them. Where you're going to get a little bit of a difference maker, though, in the Huns, as almost certainly you'll see 9 pull out the AWP. He's been putting on a bit of a clinic, as to be expected on Dust too.
Once again, Hun's going to lock in the buy. Attempt from Fired Up through the doors, but no connection this time around. It's a fast play out toward long, flash coverage. Pretty damn good there from God's Reign. 9 could not see a thing, and Bartak also went down. Yami just scurrying away around the corner to survive, but instantly out the gates. It is a 5-on-3, and God's Reign. I think they're starting to look somewhat confident on this T side now.
They are. More confidence round by round. Leg comes out onto Zerol. He's pinned fired up into a corner top middle, but he doesn't really have the ability to force the issue. And really already seems like Huns are quite happy to kind of save this round. God's Reign with this long control are really taking their time here, and Huns are kind of reading this as an already lost round where the A site will be taken and the post plant should be established, but yeah, surprisingly fired up, not moving an inch, and he has finally been punished. Zerol will pick him up, and the rest of God's Reign now starting to pull the trigger on taking this A site. Huns starting to believe that they can win this round. Barbie on a crazy lurk. There is no way you were expecting that. Yami picked one on the cross just before going down there.
God's Reign really loving this late upper tunnels walkout. It's worked for them a couple of rounds in a row. Well, not in a row necessarily, but in a row that they've tried it. Something that the Huns may think about deeper as we go into this half. Kind of always have to keep someone watching upper tunnels. Just going to try and save the AK and the AWP here, and they should be able to get away with it. God's Reign having a little bit of a look, but they don't have too many resources to throw away. I don't think we're going to see a particularly over-committed push for that hunt, and Finn going down. It's going to make this round a little bit more costly for God's Reign. Cobra's waiting for the push up into CT spawn here as well from Barbie. He's going to get it. So just the one gun remaining, which is Pokemon's. Not a huge concern for God's Reign. 11-7. Scoreboard getting a little closer.
Long take coming out for God's Reign now. See Bartak in position to contest at 9. Trying to take matters into his own hands. No idea how Finn is even alive there. That looked like it went straight through his chest. Bartak trading 1-for-1 as Barvi trying to force the issue and take a duel with that long anchor. In towards lower dark though. Zerol head-to-head with Rossi. And Rossi will win that one. Cobra in hot pursuit looking to try to trade it back and keep things even, and he will win that duel. The God's Reign only with long control after a few skirmishes across the map. Huns more so centralizing, 9 wanting to go and take short to just simplify this round, knowing what's clean and dirty for the defense here.
Winnable on either side. These taps from Bartak looking a little bit scary, but everyone just ducking under them. Pokemon like Neo, the Matrix, bullets. 9 shots also not connecting. Vincent's going to go through onto the side to try to cause a bit of a ruckus. But God's Reign negotiating this one pretty nicely. The only question is going to be how his timing on the long doors look. Cobra try and pop a flash up in the face of Fired Up. He's going to have to turn away from that one. He's a little bit under pressure, but Finn getting work done over on the site itself, and a shot connected onto Cobra's Zera. Attack solo will be jumped on by Finn, and that's another round for God's Reign.
They're making it happen, man. I'm starting to believe. I don't know about you, but they keep winning these skirmishes. Like, they're still taking a very long time to finally make like late round decisions on the T side, which is something that usually comes back to bite them a lot more often than it currently is in this game. But that's another economic reset on the Huns. It should be an easier round to navigate into a 9th for God's Reign, and then they are well and truly in touching distance.
Yeah, they're getting it done. I'm starting to believe right now for God's Reign, which I would say is an extremely worrying sign for the Huns. The pressure's going to start to build on the Huns now as well. I mean, they are the team that everyone sort of expected to do very well in this qualifier, and now you're talking about losing map 1 in the elimination game to God's Reign, the team that everyone thought would just be a bit of a pushover.
that is going to be in the back of the minds of the Huns players that they might be letting slip one of the best opportunities that they are going to get to qualify for a major. Zerolt says otherwise. Headshot from him on to fire it up. No more of that just yet. He's holding on by dear life and opens up another headshot. That Scout starting to cause some problems. This would not be the round to lose for God's Reign. They are going to flood in onto the site and lock it down. All good in the end. 11-9. Scoreline creeping closer.
Another buy round to come for the Huns, though. Some sharp bloody shooting on the Scout. Drops a roll. Every time I see his name in the kill feed, I get hungrier. There is a lot of dessert cafes as well. There's a dangerous amount of dessert cafes in my general vicinity. It's a long take out from Huns. They'll secure that. It's no contest this time for God's Reign. I don't think they felt like they had a good enough spawn. But they're making some pretty big moves in the middle of the map, and already you're seeing Fired Up actually take the bomb towards B. So I'd imagine this is just going to be a pretty quick mid to B for God's Reign. Try to simplify this round if possible. Yami does not have a nade to blow open the smoke here.
Yami. Coming into play just yet. He does get himself an assist on the bar attack. Big miss from 9. Oh, he tries to go for the no-scope as well. He'll fall to Pokemon, who by rights should be dead here. But even still, that is the B-side taken by God's Reign. This D-side is really getting some legs underneath of it. One plank goes down nice and quickly. Yami, swapping out for the orb. He wants to just jiggle peek that corner, but he's going to lose his life in doing so. This is falling apart now for the Huns. I don't know if you even want to really be going for this one, but they don't seem to have another option. They've lost Bartak, and it's just Zerolt. God's Reign have closed the gap to 1 round only.
They are really making this happen. This is the best game I've seen so far from them in a little while. Imagine Huns getting knocked out of this qualifier by God's Reign. The absolute scenes, because I know there are so many fans from... I won't say from what region, but there are many fans from certain regions that are wondering how God's Reign have made it into this qualifier, given their results in some other tournaments in ECL and things like that. But they've been plugging away for a while, man. They've been a mainstay in ECL. They've been competing in a lot of qualifiers, in some case going, reasonably deep. They've got a good win rate on this map as well. 83% from six played. So not the worst thing at all. But I'd imagine they're going to be very happy with how this game is going, because last few times they played the Huns on this map, at least in recent memory, the last one was from last year. The last time they played Huns on this map at the end of March, so just over 2 weeks ago, 2 to 3 weeks, they got 13-4. This is a much tighter contest this time around.
God's Reign locking in for the major qual. And they've really made this one feel doable. But sometimes it's these last few rounds which are the most difficult. Another party mix of a buy for the Huns. They've invested a little bit, pistols and armor on a few players. Money's there for a buy next round for the Huns. But it would just take 1 round right here from the Huns to kind of throw God's Reign into a bit of a spiral. And Yami's pushed up a dark, which God's Reign are watching for. He's going to be sent packing.
That's not the first time he's aggressed through lower dark looking for an opportunity in the early round. Hasn't been able to find it, and then it's just kind of evacuated soon after. He is one of the players with a hero rifle going into this round. So wanting to try to get active with it. I might I remind everybody on the stream, this is Huns map pick, by the way. So an upset on Dust 2 would really send a message and throw a spanner in the works of this series.
Yeah, also an 8-4 first half for the Huns. And a pistol round win. They were up 11-4. And have not gotten a round since. That's a great start, though, from Zerolt. The one of the only 2 rifles involved in this round, getting an early pick. God's Reign look like they want to accelerate anyway. They're going to drop a progression smoke in there to CT spawn. Bartak pushing his way forward. Cobra is going to hold on to long control, get a weapon upgrade as well. This might be where it falls apart for God's Reign at the 11th hour. Will they falter in? The last one standing. He's fighting hard like a turret on the site. But 9 creeping his way forward. The Stealth Master will get the job done for the Huns. 12-10. And God's Reign, they just miss out in what might end up being the most important round of the half.
I swear to God, it always happens like this. You know, it's like a big comeback, mammoth comeback effort, dismantled by a half bite. Oh, and the money is not good, Jordan. Look at the util. There's just really not as much util as you'd want, especially playing this slower style on the side of God's Reign. Much fewer flashes up against the double AWP. There are definitely opportunities for Huns to get opening picks, and that is one of them. 9 striking true, and God's Reign no opportunity at replying. Mollied and naded off. Huns will secure the first pick and long control. And God's Reign just spiraling inside a T-spawn. No map control to speak of. This game might just be over.
Yeah, this would be such a painful loss for God's Reign. They've done all the hard work to get it back to this point, only to still drop the map. 9 over the top of that smoke as well is going to pick another one up, and it really does feel like the beginning of the end. You know when you lose a round like that one to the Huns, that the momentum is just going to shift right back. That was the round that God's Reign could not afford to lose. 9 will drop off of short. Gammy does drop. But good damage done, and it'll be finished off by Bartak. There's trades happening in middle in the meanwhile, and it's just down to Fired Up, who will have to solo clutch this round out to keep God's Reign in the game. He's going to go right into the crosshair of the AWP, and that is that. The Huns secure themselves the victory, and I would say there is no more painful way to lose a game than that for God's Reign.
Yeah, totally agree. Credit where credit's due, though. That was a mammoth comeback attempt on the T side. You can see the frustration creeping in there. Just a little bit too slow to start for God's Reign. But, yeah, could not get it done at the end of the day. Luckily, they do have their map pick, so I hope they bring some of that momentum into the next map, Jordan.
Yeah, but it's got to be a sigh of relief as well for the Huns. And have a look at what that next map is actually going to end up being. I mean, it's Ancient, right? Like, that's a map that Huns play a lot of, even if they don't have a massively fantastic conversion rate. You'd think it'll still be one that they're at least accomplished on in some degree. So we'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But yes, God's Reign, they'll want to pull things back here on map number 2. Before we get there, we'll have a short little break, and then we'll be back for you guys on Ancient.
Yeah.
Alrighty then, here we go. On to map number 2, the Huns and God's Reign. It is elimination point for God's Reign. It's maybe the last map that they play in the Asia MRQ. They need to get quite some work done to pull themselves back into a position where they can think about Inferno. That said, it is their map choice, Pilski, so hopefully God's Reign have got something up their sleeve for us here on the T side to try to keep themselves alive.
I'm a believer. They were making the comeback happen on their T side of Dust too. So should be pretty easy transition across to their map pick of Ancient here. Smoke to Red Room. Lots of players taking some steps into middle. A little bit of a crossfire across Donut. Cobra looking to come up on the flank from Shelf. Into the Donut crossfire we go. Bartak's burnt alive. Cobra's found 2 though. And 9 picking them apart on default from the side. The rest of the boys swinging in from Donut. And look, it's a messy exchange. But it really feels like slowly but surely Huns is closing in all around God's Reign and winning the majority of these duels.
Yeah, Pokemon in a really rough spot here. You're not going to be able to work your way out of Donut again. A setup like this one, dualies on either side. 1 and 0, the Huns lock in a really comfortable piss around win, and they are off to the races to start off this second map. That is not a lot of mousepad space.
I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. I have been in this exact position on a Chinese boot camp. It's like squeezing 5 people. It's like the old days of LAN, you know, where like you just rocked up to the net cafe and slammed your mouse into your teammate's keyboard. It's not quite that bad, but it's almost that bad. Anyway.
You need to have the vertical keyboard tech, which these gamers these days don't really have. Back into round number 2, very quickly. God's Reign are just going to try and bust their way up onto B. Fired up trying to scale onto long there, but ends up losing his life. By the way, the bomb line's going to go down, so there's something to fight for here for God's Reign. They need some kills quickly, and they're not going to get them. Yummy accelerating out of cave with the MP9 in tow. Thanks for another easy round for the Huns. They are moving through this CT side quite swiftly.
Yeah, bomb plant goes down. So that'll allow God's Reign to invest a little bit of something towards round number 3, but the Huns got through that quite cleanly. And they really feel like they're getting active on this CT side. It's been already 2 rounds in a row that they have tried to get aggressive in the mid round, either pushing down middle or cheat up B main. Get those active flanks going from Shelf. As expected, couple pistols in the mix here for God's Reign. Let's try to chip away at the CT money that's already starting to build for the Huns.
A little bit of tappy into that smoke, but Yami just goes full drive-by mode with the MP9. Reign off to another rough start. They've got something to play with the pistol and the armor, but it doesn't seem to be troubling the Huns at all. This Ancient CT side is really getting off to a real cracker. I mean, lots of money here for the Huns. 3-0 start. Everyone looking locked in and ready to go. God's Reign need to find a way to answer this quickly.
Yeah, it's going to take some consistency stringing these rounds together on the T side, though. Like, Huns, as you said, building up some money, and that's courtesy of God's Reign just not really pitching in that many frags to open up this game. So we need some of the boys to fire up a little bit. It's like already some moves being made towards the B side of the map, straight up B ramp. It's aggressive and assertive, getting in the face of Cobra. Good flashes to support outside of Cave, already dropping Zerol, and God's Reign secure control of the site here.
How long though is the question. Artak has a little hole in the Molotovs there that he can play from and gets himself a double under pressure. Nice work from him. Still, Finn also able to double down, and God's Reign are maintaining the player lead and even improving upon it as Finn grabs himself another. It's a 3K for the round. God's Reign in their first gun round. Sizing up the Huns quite nicely. Yami could still make a bit of a difference here, but working into a crossfire like that one is never really going to work out. And God's Reign will find their first round on the second map.
It's a messy exchange, but even out of an absolute mess of a round, God's Reign bring 3 rifles through, so that's exactly what you needed to see from them. Was kind of a pseudo bonus for Huns, though. A couple of MP9s in the mix. 9 getting the AWP out. Already had a good opening map to this series. I mean, for me, 9 going into this qualifier, I'll probably consider him the best player of the qualifier, the player that you should fear the most. But God's Reign playing without fear right now, straight into middle. Able to pick up Bartak already, and Rossi taking an additional duel into Cheetah. This is just free flow from God's Reign. Forget free flow, this is free farm, mate. Every single player is winning his duel outside of Rossi over on Cave there.
This is not looking too shabby at all for God's Reign. I think they're really going to give Huns a test today. We've already seen that they were able to do so on the T side of Dust 2. No reason to expect they're not going to be able to on the T side of their own map pick as well. And Finn is really getting himself involved in a lot of these rounds. Nice positioning from him again there on the off angle, picking one more up. God's Reign kind of blitzing these first 2 gun rounds is a hugely positive sign.
Yeah, you know. Well, Cobra. Wait for this duel to elapse as he continues to just jiggle pre-fire every angle. Yeah, fired up, closing in here. Unchecked from Cave's side, he's going to shoot him in the side of the head. 4 alive for God's Reign. And that will actually reset Huns' money on 3 of these players. So 2 really solid gun rounds in a row. Very assertive stuff from God's Reign on the T side here. And what it feels like to me is it feels like the rest of God's Reign all kind of adopted Pokemon's energy from day 1 and have brought it into day 2 here. Like, that dude was just sending it and trying to create opportunities and entries and play with confidence on that first day. And today it kind of feels like the rest of God's Reign is trying to take that same approach. There you go. Lin Vision qualify for the Austin Major, by the way, guys. They will be our first Asia representative.
Look, it's both surprising and not surprising, I think, in a way. With the Chinese qualifier, I think been down on Lin Vision a little bit of late, but it's not too surprising to see them kind of come online when it really does matter. The potential was always there for that roster, and it's nice to see it being realized. Can we say the same for God's Reign? I think potential definitely here. Well, the team caused a bit of a ruckus tonight against the Huns, but lost the player in this round. They have at least managed to work their way onto the A site, and again, it is Finn that is finding a way to get involved. Plan's gone down on A. Retake required. Finn. He's just not stopping.
It's the confidence that you're seeing from the individuals. Zerol creeping on the flank here. Only an MP7, so it's going to take a lot of bullets to get through these kills. Laser beams down Pokemon. Pressure on the flank, but with only 18 seconds left on the clock, this is more so looking like exits than anything. There's no way they're getting on the site in time. Finn winning that duel. And Bartak and Yami going to turn tail and run back to the big site. 3 in a row for God's Reign. After a good start from the Huns, they are very much fighting for this series. I'm absolutely loving what I'm seeing here.
Finn is cracking on into it, and it's nice. The confidence of God's Reign really starting to show. Sort of highlighted yesterday that they seem a little bit down on the confidence, but today, when they've been playing with confidence, when they were on that T side on Dust 2, when they've had these last couple of rounds here on Ancient, you can really see the difference. And the Huns are economically kind of broken here, so it'll just be 2 rifles that were saved through, and a few upgraded pistols to round it out.
So these rifles can still be dangerous. Bartak can open the accounting. Give Huns a man advantage already. See just how dangerous these Mongolian players compete with the pistols in our opening series. Rossi going to peg one back, though. And this is really good defensive aggression. 9 overextending through Cheetah. Punished for doing so. God's Reign still spread out around the map. Bartak missing it through this B ramp smoke could be a bit of a difference maker. That is a timing he's been able to find. Going to continue pushing straight down the flank, it looks like. Nose is going to sit on shelf. And this is going to allow Huns to clear the entire map while God's Reign slowly creeps into A.
Rossi around the back of middle could again cause a real ruckus here, but Gami needs to be cleared out here as well. And that's got entries from God's Reign. Bartak drops. God's Reign maintain this streak of rounds on the T side of Ancient.
Great. Rossi's been pretty solid on the lurk as well. Some good decision making from him on the T side. Very promising to see God's Reign kind of thriving on these T-sides as well, because I always have kind of felt like the calling and the T-side decision-making has been a weak part of their game. Also where you can even see the firepower from the individual riflers gets rolling on the CT side that I usually feel like they're a bit scarier. Might be some B-ramp aggression on the cards here. Fired up. Posted up from up on top of the boxes. I am flabbergasted that shot didn't connect.
Harvey in behind this smoke. Zeralt's probably made a wise decision to just back up into cave, a little bit more safe here as the smoke is going to start to fade. Barbie will spot him out. Zeralt is ready for this push. He's going to eat a little bit of damage off that nade, but get some back as well. God's Reign, though, at least are successful in taking cave away from the Huns. They're working through the map slowly but surely and setting themselves up for a B take. It's interesting to me that the Huns have completely, almost completely rotated off of the B side. They're going to recontest middle by the looks of things on this timing, but this is going to give God's Reign guys the window to walk their way into B. In as well seems unstoppable. At the moment, he's got two in mid. Oh, the Huns are really struggling now, and God's Reign are barreling their way into that B bomb site. Like I said, on that timing, Finn for another. The guy is a madman right now. 11 and 4. Eventually going to be brought down. But God's Reign have the site. They have 3 on 2. Should be there around every day of the week and fired up with a nice shot in there. More or less confirms it.
Should be happening. That smoke, though, reveals that Yami's coming in from spawn side, and Rossi isn't going to even let him cross to the site or run into any kind of crossfire. He's just going to go ahead and peek him and shoot him in the face. That really tells you everything about God's Reign's approach to this T-side Ancient right now. Gorgeous stuff from Finn. Just waltzing straight through the middle of the map and winning multiple aim duels with the Huns players. And they have got to be shook now. Like, honestly, that Dust 2 game was getting a little out of hand. They took a little bit too long to get it across the line. And again, here on Ancient, God's Reign is really testing them. Like, Huns will have to step up if they want to try and 2-0 this series. This level of form is not going to be good enough to get it done.
God's Reign are great. Just got to make sure that they don't sort of falter again at a pretty important time like they did in the last map. That's going to be the one thing for me is I've seen God's Reign play well. I've seen them have some pretty decent maps here and there, but I've never really seen them win a big series, let's say, or like really seal the deal.
Yeah.
So if they could find a way to get it over the line today against the Huns, and I know that's, look, a long way down the track having lost map 1. I think that would go a long way for the confidence of God's Reign in their belief that they can maybe do it internationally against some good Asian opposition.
Yeah, I mean, the thing for me is the way that Dust 2 is going. I feel like the last, 15, 20 rounds of Counter-Strike I've watched have been pretty one-sided in the favor of God's Reign. So it's hard not to feel confident that they have an opportunity in this series. Finn just continues to be a laser beam. He's got magnetic bullets that only shoot Mongolian players in the head. $12 and 5, man.
It's going to be 6 for God's Reign. Looks like Rossi's going to go down in the meanwhile. So Rolfo didn't get too much more than just the 1. The Huns definitely probing for these exits, and reinforcements coming across here. Let's see how God's Reign is able to deal with it. Cobra finding himself 3. It ends up being quite an expensive round for God's Reign, and AK retrieved for Cobra. I mean, Huns get something out of it, but I don't think that's going to super much affect God's Reign.
Well, Fired Up had 14k,
big
bro.
lead.
He's going to wipe away all the tears with all of his money. Three rounds to close the distance here for Huns. Have really struggled to get anything going after the initial 3, and it's going to be another B-rush from God's Reign. Cobra didn't really seem like he was ready to defend it, and luckily he's able to spam one straight through a flash, but only going 1-for-1. The Rolt will try to maintain control of Cave as the bomb goes down.
Rossi caught by the flash. Get some assistance as well from Pokemon. Beautiful setup. As Fired Up also chimes in, and this is another confident T round out from God's Reign. Not over yet, but it certainly seems to be locked in. It is now that the Rolt's been finished off. The Huns are utterly capitulating right now on the CT side.
Absolutely. Nine's trying to get himself some exits. Trying to keep himself alive. Finn, I know what happens when Finn swings the corner. Unreal, man. And Huns, they just keep getting caught off guard. It's like they just cannot give God's Reign the respect that they've already earned on this map of Ancient, no? They are never ready for these rushes. They are never ready for these players to be swinging them. It's like they expect to just, you know, connect to the server and win this game. They gotta wake up, man.
Yep. Last play into mid this time from God's Reign, and again that works everywhere that God's Reign tried to go, turning to gold. Maybe not down the bottom of the ramp though, as Pokemon boosted. Ball to Cobra Zera. Oh, one to start things off and finishes them all, lines them up. God's Reign are just turning everything into absolute gold.
What is that from Rossi? This bloke's reading the rotations to perfection right now. An absolute laser beam from Shelf there. 8-3. This is unbelievable. MP9's out for Huns. Not the best buy heading into the latter stages of this half. Does seem like they want to get some aggression down. B ramp already punished by Fire Up. Pokemon creeping out onto the line. Goes 1-for-1, but that's still an advantage for God's Reign, not only in numbers, but also positioning. A site is theirs for the taking.
This is looking phenomenal. And again, no mistakes made. Good coverage. Great stuff from God's Reign, and it does feel like we are more or less confirmed a map 3 at this point. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. Ryan's trying his best from Donut, but wishful thinking to secure a 1v3 here. That may just open the door up a little bit. He's kind of got to go for this. You can't be saving this orb at this point. You need to just get some rounders on the board. And this is the last round of the half as well, I guess. So there's that. So it's a bit of a moot point. Swap back out to the AK. Time ticking away. He's going to be conscious of that because he does not have a defuse kit. He's trying to find anything desperately, but God's Reign are giving him nothing. The tap will come through and the peek out there as well. Hasn't quite drawn out Finn just yet. And of course, Finn will get it done. 15-6 and a huge first half out from God's Reign. All right, back in for the second half, and man, Huns are reeling at the moment at the hands of God's Reign. This is a tough one to bring back for sure for the Huns, but they can potentially still do it if they can start things off nicely on this T side. And of course, they still have that map in their back pocket as well, so not too scary just yet for the Huns, but this is a sign of God's Reign that we haven't really seen yet, and I'm kind of liking it.
Pokemon under a lot of pressure in Red Room. Can't stand up to the task. It's a man advantage already for Huns here on the T-Pistol. Still have that mid-control. Going to pivot back towards B. It's just Barvi playing retake. This is a pretty good read for Huns. Should be able to get themselves on the site pretty easily. But the rotations are already coming in here for God's Reign. They've kind of got an inkling that this is going to be a B finish. And they do have a kit and a smoke. So this round is still very much winnable.
Getting an opener. Quick couple of responses from God's Reign. Still keeps it in the balance. 3-on-3. They have that long control, and they are just not missing with these pistols at the moment. Taps in onto 9 as well. He's been spotted by default, but steps up in a big way for the double. Now it's onto Finn. He's been the hard carry for the team for God's Reign so far. Can he get it done again?
Smoke
has a
kit.
defuse kit, has a smoke. He's just going to get on that bomb, surely. Oh, he's going to bait out the peak from Bartak, but I think the safest play is to just go for the defuse in. The smoke knife's out. He's not there in time. The defuse secured, and God's Reign will win the round.
What on earth am I watching, man? Oh, it should have been done and dusted for the Huns. It's a beautiful shot. Try to complete that retake from Rossi. Rossi and Finn really the standouts for God's Reign in this map for me. Bomb plant did go down though for Huns, so it's far from done and dusted. Galil's and Armor can definitely get this done and start to flip this game on its head. A bit of chip damage with the nades for God's Reign. Huns have been given control of shelf here for the moment. Not a lot of utility, even early on in this round for God's Reign to lean on.
Nice kill from Cobra Zera onto Barbie through the wall. And that's going to pop Finn for a little bit of a look in here. Still good for one, but no more than that. That'll be the B site broken, and honestly, it should just be an immediate God's Reign. Right up, goes hunting for a little bit more before making that decision and ends up losing his M4. So just an MP9 to be taken through. And this is now where this half may start to stretch out a little bit. God's Reign, money not looking too good. Huns still have a couple of rounds that they can play with here, and we'll see what they can put together on this T side.
Yeah, I mean, this was the round that could start to flip this game around. M4 picked up for a Zeralt, but it's going to be 4 rifles brought through. And we'll break the money early on here if God's Reign probably force out a pistol armor buy around the MP9. Because they're still on minimum loss bonus here, and then if you can play anti-force, well... Oh dear, I don't think Rossi's going to be allowed to keep his MP9. No, he will. So it does take one player with him. That's an extra 600 in the bank account, and taking an extra gun away from Huns is a welcome sight for God's Reign. But surely the force here, you could drop a Famis here as Rossi.
Okay, we're going to get a timeout for God's Reign.
not an unreasonable time to call one, but I almost feel like they could have waited a couple of rounds.
I like it
Just
because
to have it in the back pocket if things go wrong.
it's pretty obvious they're going to force anyway. So I don't mind the timeout here. Like, it's in the rounds where it's kind of, should I or should I not force? A timeout makes it pretty obvious that you will force most of the time. But in a round like this, I really think it's going to help God's Reign to organize themselves a little bit better. I've seen far too many of these rounds played standard with just a lackluster buy. You need to be a little bit more creative in these kind of rounds and play a non-standard setup if you're going to have some kind of opportunity, some kind of chance at finding some success. So the answer is 113 here for God's Reign. And I like that they're playing doubled up inside Cheetah and Cave. 9 is going to spot that out, so MP9 already spotted. And SMG fire exchanged on lane side. 9 just trying to keep himself alive, and the rest of Huns have already taken this A site.
Yeah, tapping away there is fired up. Oh, a little bit of a pre-fire from Barbie. He gets the beat, but won't convert the kill. So round looks safe enough for the Huns. You even have 9 over here just kind of keeping God's Reign in check on the B side of the map. You might see some players pushing in for a little bit of a kill attempt here from Huns, but got to be careful that they don't give up any more weaponry. There's AKs and M4s in the hands of Cobra and Zeralt, and those will be the prized weaponry. But God's Reign losing numbers across the board, and again, those economic woes are going to be coming into play. This will now be another one on the board for the Huns, and they begin their slow comeback, as was also attempted by God's Reign on map 1.
Yeah, this is where you start to get worried for God's Reign. Full save into a weaker buy towards round 17. And all Huns need is just to wake up a little bit of a spark. We already know they are, well, we're expected to be the strongest team in this qualifier. But if there's any team that should be capable of completing this comeback, it should be the Huns.
Round 3. God's Reign doing a little bit of work here in mid with those pistols. Not enough to get it too exciting, but some damage at least. Easily cleaned up by the Huns.
Yeah, just taking a MAC-10 and a rifle armor away. They'll be happy with that result, given that they had pretty much nothing invested in that round, God's Reign. But now we start to get into the meat and the potatoes of the first opportunities for God's Reign on the gun rounds here. No AWP, going to be out on fired up, but quite frankly, I don't really mind that. I actually have not really been a fan of his AWPing. I remember him being pretty cracked on the AWP early on in this God's Reign roster, and I remember him having a good map with it, but I haven't seen him be great on this qualifier. Run boost for Barbie. He did set up the success. He made an absolute mess of that spray, and Zeralt will punish him for it. Should have been an opener for God's Reign, but you just cannot make these kind of mistakes against the Huns. One little whiff, and now the God's Reign is in a very uncomfortable position.
This lead is very much starting to dissipate. You know, it looked quite solid. It looked great with God's Reign on the T side, but they've got to find a way to lock in on this CT side and put some of that pressure back onto the Huns. They need to get around shortly, show us some winning ways, get some economy built up. Otherwise, the Huns can build this momentum, and we know that they're a really sharp team when they get rolling, and Ancient is one of those maps that kind of leans into that kind of playstyle as well, where you can play fast and snappy, you know, fighting out middle, fighting onto the B side. These kinds of quick plays can work, and Huns are making them at the moment. God's Reign using almost all of their guns in this round as well. Fired up to lift to save the M4. But 10-7 will be the score, and the Huns are slowly but surely catching God's Reign.
Yeah, undoubtedly. Going to be a half buy around this singular saved rifle. If the Huns can just get through that round, it's 10-8. And from there, you're feeling very confident about Huns' prospects to close out their series 2-0. Because God's Reign just... I mean, even in that round, they had a reasonable read. Like, Barbie was in the perfect position to be able to find them an opener there, and he's missed 12 whole bullets of an M4 clip. Like, I don't know if that's nerves or what's going on there, but it just cannot make those kind of mistakes at this level in Asia.
Pistols out again for God's Reign. Not dire straits yet, but the panic stations are starting to be filled. I think the alarm bells are ringing, and the troops are finding their way to the panic stations. Are we at full blow yet? Maybe not quite, but we're getting there for sure. Okay, not going to be able to get anything done again at the start of this round, and it does seem like Huns are feeling more and more comfortable on the T side. Bit of a slower round out, really, from the Huns. That one was accelerated more so by God's Reign, and Huns more than happy to oblige.
1 for 1 for Yami. But in the meanwhile, he's in the creep over onto the B site here. Pokemon aware that this is all dirty territory, but not expecting Zerol to be tripped up in the off angle there. Finn with his hands on the AK bottom mid will take one more. And try to save it, as well as the smoke and the molly. Could be some good scavenging heading into round number 19 for God's Reign. Although I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to save it. You can see Bartak actively on the hunt. He's going to cap on the side. So another round nicely negotiated for the Hunts. I think it's got to be time for a timeout here for God's Reign. I'm going to need your best lock the hell in speech. From, I'd imagine, Pokemon, right? Not even like a tactical timeout needed right now. We need like a lock-in timeout.
Okay, once again, God's Reign attempts a bit of mid-control, and they do just get blasted for it. Huns too prepared for that. Fired up. This could be a big moment for him. Tries to hold on to the A bomb side solo, but there is a barrage of util headed in his direction, so he'll have to back away. Re-aggression into mid from God's Reign out of the B bomb site has actually netted them a equalizing kill. Donut and fired up hits an important kill onto 9. However, will go down, and Zeralt pushing into Temple is going to drop as well. Now it's onto Cobra. He's got nowhere to go. Spotted out by Pokemon. The spray is a little bit messy, but Cobra surely can't win this. Not on this HP. God's Reign have that elusive round. They'll get themselves up to 11.
Huns kept it expensive, though. Taking a lot of guns out of God's Reign's hand. You just saw the same play again. Ramboos down middle. And I think Huns were very much on top of it, but you saw God's Reign a little bit more active in the mid-round. Finn taking matters into his own hands very much, and as I said, wasn't super impressed by Fired Up's AWPing thus far, but that's a round where he does hit a couple of important shots. 9 will pick up the AWP for Huns now. Money not looking good for God's Reign. They need to get through some of these CT rounds a little cleaner than they are.
It's a start, though. You got to take it. Only going to take 2 more. God's Reign to push through to a third map. Then will be forced away from Cave by that Molotov. The clean line from him. Yami needs to be very careful, and he does check. Harvey gets a headshot through, but it's not going to be enough. Pokemon at least finding a trade or 2. He's got 2. God's Reign might just be making this one doable.
Off angle from Finn. Under a lot of pressure. You can see 9's already posted up on the line, but pulls the bomb out at the wrong timing. God's Reign very much trying to flood the site and make this uncomfortable, but that's where Zeralt steps up for 2. Flank coming in now for Rossi. Needs to get involved in the action, but these see Huns instantly flip the map. It's aggression straight through the smoke. Fired up. Not ready for that. Plant in for Cave. 1 on 2 for Rossi. Sees 1 crossing back to the other side of Cave here. But chuck in a molly and tap the bomb, trying to force out a reaction from Huns, and unfortunately, forcing Zeralt to PQ never usually goes well. A 4K for him. can see God's Reign continue to try to fight back in the mid-round. I mean, that was a 4-on-2 for them. Looked like another promising round, but you just see oodles of impact from Zerol. He's so dynamic in this round. He's absolutely all over that B site.
What's this?
Huh?
What's the thumbs down? There was a thumbs down on my screen. It was like from one of the player cams. It might have been like an emoji or something. I don't know what was going on there.
I did not see it.
Like on Finn's camera. We go back to Finn's camera. It was like a thumbs down emoji. I don't know if it'll be still there. It's like, like when you're in a chat app and you like send an emoji or something and it pops up on the camera.
I guess so. I don't know.
I don't know what's going on.
I don't know. Anyway, another half buy for God's Reign here. And Finn's got a hero rifle. So there's some potential in this round. But Huns slowly but surely closing the gap. I love that Zerol is just like, he's just over it. He's really taken matters into his own hands in that round. Look at him go.
Tiramisu strikes again. Zerol for the double. And the Huns are very much working their way towards an equalizing round. Feels definitely like an inevitability that the Huns are just about going to get this over the line. God's Reign obviously don't have a buy in this round, so we can't draw too many conclusions from it.
You're on Barbie. Really feels like Zerol is trying to drag the Huns kicking and screaming across the line in this game right now. And he spots out Barbie. Double digits for the Huns. You've got to be shitting bricks if you're God's Reign right now. You had such a big lead at the half. Things were going so well, but the Huns are very much closing in. Threatening the 2-0 at this point.
Yeah, I've got to say, though, good effort from God's Reign. It's been a much better run at this MRQ than I might have anticipated, frankly. They have definitely pushed the Huns. Eruption took them a little bit to get over the line, at least on Ancient yesterday against God's Reign 2. But yeah, hold that thought for the moment. What God's Reign can do in this gun round. But if this gun round is lost, then the map might be as well. With that, of course, the series and God's Reign would then be eliminated from the MRQ.
Zerol just continuing to be a pest on shelf. Chipping down Pokemon through the wood wall span, spotted out by Finn. Finn needs to get involved, man, before this round is over. And if he can win this aim duel against Zerol, that will definitely greatly increase God's Reign's chances of getting a gun round across the line. In the meanwhile, though, Red Room has been taken by Yami. He just hovers outside of it. There's the cheater take. Oh, the quick switch from Barbie. How has he gotten away with 2 there? That is huge for God's Reign. Unpunished.
It's just faltering.
Oh, I think it might be the Huns. Are they going to do exactly what God's Reign did on the last map? Get it all the way up to 10 and then lose the map 13 to 10. Great shot from Fired Up as 9 goes jumping into middle as well. And Bartak, it seems the chances for him are slim to none.
Not much for him.
So much money on the side of the Huns, but for all the good that's going to do them.
Yeah, I mean, it'll give them 2 cracks at pushing this into OT. That's the round we were waiting for God's Reign. Very convincing. I thought it was going to be Finn who did the majority of the work, contesting Cheetah and Case Knight there, but that's a huge round for Barbie to step up. Still 2 opportunities.
10, the Huns.
Yeah, 2 opportunities for them to push us into OT here. Or we could have God's Reign with their first upset map over a Mongolian team in this MRQ.
Posted on the line, gonna wait for the Huns to push their way forward in A main, and he may well get an opportunity with that AWP in hand. With a double swing, he's going to be pushed away. Back over to Donut. This is definitely setting up for an A take as far as the Huns are concerned, but 3 players from God's Reign set up on that side of the map. Will prove very problematic unless the shots are extremely clean on the entry. Fired up, flashed off the line. Are they going to expect a second and third player in the Donut? Well, apparently they do. Bartak with a couple of cracker entries and 9 for the trade. That was a really good setup from God's Reign, but it just has not worked out.
Finn and Pokemon. Now to turn tail and save here. And Huns closing in on that OT. Just need one more round to get it across the line. Active Hunt. Over on Shelf side, you can see them really wanting to take these last couple of rifles out of the hands of God's Reign. Still have pretty solid money on this T side. Could probably afford to throw at least one more rifle away. And goes down. Pokemon undiscovered in Cheetah wins his duel and gets it all for fired up right at the end of the round there. So that's
Could be big.
not too bad. Don't know if they were going to be able to afford that.
They would have been able to. No, I don't think so.
Pokemon probably could have actually.
Oh, did he? I didn't have a look exactly.
two-
I saw everybody else was 4,600 or lower.
Oh, he's got 2.7. I'm actually not sure. Maybe not. Anyway, more important things to discuss. Yami bottom middle wins his duel. Barbie trying to play with confidence. Untraded by Rossi. Man advantage for the Huns.
Yami's out of there. He's skedaddled.
He's beast it.
He got that opening kill and he's like, I don't want to be in mid anymore.
That's what respect looks like for Yami.
Yeah, for sure. And you've got to be respecting God's Reign at the moment. Even if this is still going to go to OT, God's Reign have really pushed Huns the distance. Giving up the A site, fired up, just sort of posted on the line. Didn't get one, but it does look like God's Reign want to play retake on A.
Oh.
That's a big kill.
Evening up the numbers now. Push through Red Room. Yami losing his duel against Finn, who's turning this back in the favor of God's Reign. Out comes the A execute. There's multiple players here ready to receive. Fired up is his shot. Rossi for another, and that's it. God's Reign upset on Ancient there. What a bloody performance from the Indian squad. Getting themselves a map win.
Ooh.
There's a sigh of relief, but they're looking serious. They want this series.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be locked in, right? This is a big moment for them. Obviously, a big one for the Huns as well. This has been a huge series out of both of these two teams. It is really going the distance, but at the end of the day, you're going to have to go to one more map, and it is all to play for with elimination points on the line. I don't even know which way I think this is going to end up going. I really feel that the way both teams are playing at the moment, it is hard to draw a line in the sand between the two.
I'd agree with that. But look, let's get to that last map of the day here. Decide who will go on to take on Chinggis Warriors tomorrow. So take a cheeky little break. We'll be back for map number 3 between the Huns and God's Reign. All right, welcome on in to the West Asia and Mongolian qualifier here for the Austin Blast Major in the lower bracket, and it's a deciding map here on Inferno between the Huns and God's Reign. Whoever loses this game will be eliminated from the tournament. And if you told me that the Huns was even going to be in this position at the start of this qualifier, I would have told you that you're crazy. And this is exactly why. Beautiful opening headshot from Yami. God's Reign contacting up in response. Cobra ready to receive, but the trades are decent enough for God's Reign to get them into the B site for now. 9 not able to beat them on the rotation. Spamming away. Trying to pick God's Reign before they can get comfortable on the site. Ruins control being contested here by God's Reign. Huns already with a foothold in there. 9's going to hit the deck, and Rossi is on for a 3K in this round. Taking over the T-pistol for God's Reign. Sorol was the hero there. Starting to step up, and it's a triple swing that's not even needed, really. A 4K from Rossi in the pistol to get God's Reign across the line, especially after how that started. That is absolutely huge from the man. At what point do you start to get concerned for the Huns here? I'm going to get the force spike going here. 9 not even saving extra money for the AWP fund. So full commitment into this round 2 force for the Huns. Brackets take being prepped here by God's Reign. Or at least just a singular smoke to jungle, molly to boiler. We've got Finn already with some control over towards Banana, just chilling at logs. There's the opening duel. Attempted to be taken by Pokemon, who will force his way into bracket hand in hand with Barbie. Bartek trying to go for a pick out of second mid carpets. But God's Reign will just drop off. Pokemon, I believe it is, in towards bracket. Deny the aggression from Yami. Up at top of Banana. That smoke a little bit displaced, and he's caught on the cross. That is uncharacteristic mistake from Yami. Forcing his way through the smoke, but punished instantly is Cobra. Zera, God's Reign are all over this force fight. Plant going down for Barbie. Over on the other side of the map, you see Pokemon still on the lurk, being the thorn in the Hun side. Bartak going down. And I'm not even sure Huns are going to be allowed to save the pistol and armor right now. God's Reign are getting active, man. Trying to send a message. That's a Galil handed to Zeralt, though. And he is ready for the follow-up pick. He's got to be peeking this man. He's in some ridiculous form. But Finn is as well. He really was the standout in that last map of Ancient for God's Reign. The only one left is 9, who does actually recover that Galil. So he'll take Galil and armor to the next round and drop over a pistol to one of the other boys. But I dare say God's Reign going to be happy with how this game has started. Anti-eco time for God's Reign. Couple of things to be concerned about, mostly just the deagle on Cobra and the rifle on 9, as mentioned. Smoke being blown open. Did want to try to catch 9. Testing top middle there, and he will actually test that line. Max 7 from Yami. I did not even catch when he purchased that, but he's been traded pretty quickly there. And I imagine God's Reign will pretty quickly juggle that map, gun out of the map. Make sure that Huns can't get their hands on it. Creep back towards the B side of the map. You can already see exploration in second middle from Zerol. This could be very problematic, actually, for God's Reign, as they've been smoked up top of Banana, and the longer they take to get into this B side, the closer this flank from Zerol gets. Can already see God's Reign considering their other options. Back up towards middle. Again, almost caught on the cross. It's an awkward timing for Zerol to be taking, but he still will take out Finn. God's Reign calling the audible, making their way straight in towards this A site. The Moto Smoke has a gaping gap in it. that the Huns could potentially exploit. They need to make sure they try to close this round. Bit of a clencher. They're going to re-establish that Moto smoke for now. Off angle from Pokemon. Considering the possibility of the flank from Zerolt, they know that second mid has been dirty for quite a while now. Pokemon going to clear out that player on the flank. Picks up 9 on the Moto smoke. So it was a concerning round for a few moments there for God's Reign. You can see Huns very much trying to make this expensive for them, trying to pin them into the site and make sure they die to that explosion. Cobra posted up from jungle side, picks them on the cross. That is a very expensive round for God's Reign. But it's one they'll get done nonetheless. Get the reinvestment for God's Reign here. Still a little bit of cash left over from the start of this game, but not a lot to work with. Still, the Huns keeping things close. Cobra towards Sandbag here, looking to be set up by his teammate Flash. There's the Flash up on top of half-wall. Entry being attempted by Barbie, but denied by Cobra. He will secure that control for Huns. God's Reign will kind of have to look elsewhere to try to find an opportunity. Trades over on Banana. But this is spiraling out of control for God's Reign already. Trying to desperately make these picks work in towards deep side and carpets, but 9 is going to clean that up from pit side, and the Huns will make their way through the opening gun round. 4 players surviving. It's a good result from them, and without a bomb plant, this money is looking a little sketchier than God's Reign would really like here. They'll probably just have to half bite.
Yeah, looking not too bad, though, for God's Reign, all things considered. You know, you want to get off to a good start. They have, in a sense, done so. Obviously, things will start to swing back a little bit here with the Huns now getting that first gun round under their belt, and we're going to start to build up on the CT side. That is going to be of assistance. This one's 9 ramming down through that smoke at the stairs, and God's Reign already down a member. This will be where Huns look to start to flex their muscles a little bit.
Feels that way. Pistols can really keep this one honest, but 9 is being very active in this round, pushing straight down middle. Cobra in bully mode, even jumping straight into the chicken pit there. The pick off Barbie. And that's 5 alive for Huns. Very clean anti-eco from them. Some of 9's better games that I've seen in recent memory have come on Inferno. So the fact that he is really getting rolling on the CT side is quite concerning for God's Reign.
We'll see, though. Another gun round to come here for God's Reign, and if they can very quickly pull this one back and start to chip away at that CT economy, it'll make for a very difficult first half here for the Huns. Early presence into Banana from just the Huns, really. God's Reign not opting to go through that bottom Nana smoke, at least initially so. They are now starting to work their way in. Player set up over toward B from the CT side. It looks like there's going to be a contest over Banana. Flash has flown on in, and Finn Ash behind that half wall and getting himself a 1-for-1 as Barbie did drop, got caught fully by the Flash by the looks of things. That's not too bad though for God's Reign. They start to take a bit of Nana control.
4v4 here. Pokemon creeping through the jungle. Smoke 9 not quite ready for it, and Punish an entry on the air. Dig side from Rossi as well. And God's Reign just fold the A site. Bomb is a very long way away, but you dare say that Huns should already be considering the save now at this point.
Yeah, most definitely. It's ancient. What else would you do on this map? Don't know if we're in a position just yet where God's Reign are really going to want to be going for a hunt themselves. They haven't built their own money up, so this is going to probably just be a bit more of like a gentleman's agreement type of a round.
Bomb plant down, 4v2. God's Reign get the win. Huns get to take 2 guns through. And look, money's actually pretty good on the CT side at the moment. So
Yeah, I
God's
mean, they had a
Reign,
really clean
more
round
work to
in
do.
round number 4, so that's really boosted up their economy here. But God's Reign keeping things close, you know? Rossi's having a great game here. He's kind of been like a quiet contributor on God's Reign in a couple of impact rounds. On the T side, he positionally has been one of the better players. Like, Finn has definitely been sharper, but Rossi, for me, is like the player that's been in good positions and taking duels on good timings pretty consistently in this series. This would be historic. Like, God's Reign knocking Huns out of this qualifier would be something that no one would have had on their bingo card.
It would be a little bit unreasonable. I mean, there's been some shenanigans happening in Asia. Obviously, we know what happened in China with Dog Evil getting essentially 2 forfeit losses. So that's a bit weird as well.
That, by the way, is like QZ 2.0, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh my god, bro, relax. You can't
Flex-
pull the
flex
guns
cam?
out on stream. Jesus Christ.
The gun show is real. What is the tech issue? We don't want any tech issues at this point in time. I mean, this is a really, really important game for both of these teams. So got to get whatever it is sorted out.
Yeah. So someone is not at the boot camp. I don't know the God's
Yeah.
Reign team well enough to know them by face yet.
I would have to assume it's Pokemon. Like, that would
I
be
would
the only
assume
one
so
that would
too.
make sense. Long series, though, for this team. Got to lock in.
That is a
Oh.
Chinese hotel room if I've ever seen one. What do you? What
It's
would
a
you?
hotel room or an internet cafe? I think it must
That
be an
is a
internet
hotel
cafe.
room for sure. This is a like LAN setup, but I feel like God's Reign are playing in the hotel.
Oh, you mean God's Reign? Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Yeah, yeah.
They'll have like prac setups and stuff in the hotel because they're going to be there for at ACL for like well, depending on how far you make it, you could potentially be there for about a month. So they're going to have prac setups and stuff like that for them for sure. So quickly sorted out the tech issue. Looked like maybe it was on the Huns side. Right back into the swing of things here. And again, God's Reign going to do their best to keep chipping away at this CT economy. It will take them a while to get through things here. I mean, there's still quite a bit of cash for the Huns, and Cobra has opened the account on the Barbie already. Faster play into brackets for God's Reign has not worked out at all. That may be God's Reign taking a bit more control of the top. Nice kill from him. We'll just at least try to keep them honest. He could probably get a plan here. That's a nice volley. We're going to go back into brackets and have a little bit of a look for another kill. But fortunately for him, the rotation did come through from B, and so he ends up swinging into a couple of players.
The cleaner one for the Huns. Getting through this round with 3 players surviving. Finn, you can tell, is really feeling himself. I mean, he's peeking down dig with 3 bullets left in the clip.
Yep.
Very inadvisable. Bloody
It was a
util
rough
play.
situation to be in anyway.
Yeah. There's a lot of util play here for God's Reign. He only got the D-Gut and he's already got the mouthful of that, mate. Beats up top Nana, only going 1 for 1. Yami going to have to respect that control. If he goes down, that's the big site conceded. So instead, going to buy a little more time.
Nice shot, I mean, 9.
You can't be peeking that, can you? I know he's feeling it, but you can't be giving that pick away.
Well, they don't have any util, do they? They've got smokes, but they don't have any
That's
flashes
true.
to get him off the line.
Yeah, that's fair.
Just really has to be contact plays, actually, from God's Reign. Unfortunate
AWP. Rossi does pretty well to get Bartak. He'll be able to smoke off Moto, but Zeralt is still up on the balcony. And that remains uncleared and probably will remain uncleared. Eventually, Trey does come through from fired up. So it is going to be a bomb plant, but ooh, ships in the night over towards that smoke at Arch side. Pokemon is going through it. Gotta be cleared wisely by Yami. He's not taking anything for granted. And up in Graveyard, Light Up will be spotted out by 9 on the AWP. And a fourth for the Huns as they really start to build this CT half now.
God's Range surely got to take themselves a half by now. Only sitting around 2.53k on these players is not enough to put a decent fight together. So out comes the Tekken Armors, couple Deegs as well. Bavi yet to get involved in this game. It's a very, very important game. You cannot have someone on God's Reign going missing. Could be the biggest upset that they put together thus far.
I would say so. It's feeling a little bit different to Ancient. You know, on Ancient, I kind of had that belief from the outset. Dust 2, I was believing as that second half was getting put together, but right now on Inferno, Godfrey not really looking, to me, super competitive. I'm also a bit concerned that they have allowed this CT economy to start to really build up as well. 7.9k for Yami, 5.2 for 9. It's looking pretty healthy on this CT side, and a lot of the time you're seeing the Huns get easy map control in Banana, an early pick as well. Right now, Godchain just don't look that threatening on T side.
Bomb's been left behind in second mid. There's just really not being much left to the imagination on this eco round. There's no game plan here. It's just split and pick with the pistols and hope for the best. And for some reason, that's working. Fired Up finds a Tech 9 pick out of Cups, and Finn has found the B anchor. That's going to pull the rotation back across to B from Yami. There are gaps appearing in the CT defense for God's Reign to potentially exploit as they group up towards Deep side.
Oh, Zeralt running out of bullets here, down to 11. If he fires a couple more shots, he's going to be overwhelmed, and in fact, he will be overwhelmed anyway. This was not the round that the Huns were looking for, but certainly was the one for God's Reign. 9 can't catch the bomb planter on the way out. Yami has to come across. He doesn't have a lot of HP to his name. Oh no, yes he does. He has 100. A little bit hard to tell.
Wow,
but,
what?
Hey, maybe I was just seeing the future as he's gotten booked, and there's a Tech 9 kill as well onto 9, and God's Reign are up 5-4.
How on earth have they let that get away from them? That is egregious. Like, whoever that was jumping out of pit to start to try and go farm anti-eco kills instead of just anchoring down and playing the crossfire. And then Finn hits a bloody blinder on the player playing for info on car at B. And that round completely falls apart. Huns have absolutely cooked that one. There is no world where God's Reign should win that pistol round. Aggression. Out B. Cobra's got the MP9 out. They're blowing open the smoke. Gives a clear firing line straight to Fired Up. Finn follows up. Rossi as well. They're falling like dominoes. 9 is the only one delivering in this round for the Huns. And it's just a unrecoverable situation. Bartak is just wide peeking bracket. What on earth are the Huns doing in these last couple of rounds?
Yeah, you talking about cooking it in the last round, and then coming into this round, they have completely cooked their economy. They have bought all the way down, pretty much 2-0 across the board. And they'll lose this round, lose all 5 guns. Money completely reset for the Huns. Loss bonus is negligible at this point as well, so they are in a really rough spot. God's Reign can now take this opportunity and run away with the half.
I mean, the replay says it all, man. Like, the initial banana control doesn't go well, that's fine, but the kills after that is crazy. And Huns are forcing. Okay. Go and kiss this MP9, I guess. Got to try to win 2 rounds back to back rather than putting a better fight together in round number 12. I mean, it's risk versus reward to try to get something a little more out of this CT side. But under control secured by God's Reign. You were just saying you weren't a believer. I am believing, bro. The role
Starting to believe now.
He's trying to make something happen. Almost flashed himself through his own top banana smoke and applied some pressure. And that's actually pushed God's Reign away. Potentially into this A stack. This could be very bad.
Oh, the Huns may have just preempted it a little bit too much. Yami going hunting for information is going to give up that opening kill, and I think God's Reign were headed in that direction anyway. They might have had 4 players set up a bracket before, but instead he's been 2 on the site. Cobra getting a lot of work done with the MP9. God's Reign going forward, and they've got to find a way to trade Cobra.
Oh!
It's messy. 9 for the double. Leaves fired up solo inside. He is bouncing around on the side. Oh no. Oh no. God's Reign have lost a 5v2 on the A site.
He's got away with
One
absolute
MP9.
robbery there. And Cobra. Yeah. That's a collateral on the Deagle.
That's the thing though, is that the fact that it takes them so long to get through Cobra is what allows 9 to do what he did. He just waited for so long.
Yeah.
It's just getting to everybody. Best case scenario now for God's Reign 7-5. You have a full buy, so does the Huns more or less. Round 2, finish off the half there. And that is a great start to it for the Huns. 6 on CT side of Inferno, we could see that prove to be enough.
4 on 5. Next point of contention being Banana. Bartak is just ripping them apart in carpets with the AWP picked up. Fired up. Has delivered them. Had delivered that straight to them in carpets. So we've got to try to make something happen over on this B side of the map. Cobra trying to play for a main. Beautiful entry from Pokemon to keep this one interesting. Yami just trying to hold on to the control over in Ruins for the time being. Deep smoke over on CT. And you just see 9 flash his way through it. He wants to continue to make plays. We left the bomb behind, boys. This is going to take way too long.
Yeah, it's taking Finn so long to get into the C-lock. That smoke, he might have started to fade. They've lost CT control, but it doesn't matter. They're fighting for it. There's another re-smoke at least. And you get the feeling he might push through the smoke. He will. That was watched nicely by Finn, and the bomb plant goes down. God's Reign on their way to 7. Bartak may have something to say about that, though. He's got the full bomb timer to work with. It is 2v1. And he's going to wait for the smoke to fade in CT, just hiding inside of it, hoping he would be given a duel. It will not be the case this time around. Bartak will be finished off by Barbie, and 7-5 is the first half score. God's Reign are getting there. Yeah, that's cool. knife's edge at the moment. 7-5. The Huns probably could have been worse, but certainly could have been a lot better as well. They are moving though onto the T side of Inferno, which is conventionally a little more favorable in the current meta. So 5 may just be enough. We'll have to see how this pistol round pans out before we can really start to get a more informed opinion about the future of this map. But bearing in mind, this is the last in the series between the Huns and God's Reign. For one of these two teams, it's time to say goodbye to their major dreams.
A little bit of a skirmish inside of Carps. But you have seen one player slip the net. Zerol is just continuing to make plays. Straight up the guts into jungle. Rocky trying to catch one creeping away on the fadeaway. Yami does not need to go down here. All he needs to do is just wait for Zerol to get involved. And this round could be done and dusted before you know it.
Rossi is tucked into the corner. And
No
he spotted out
way.
Zerol. That's a big kill. Pokemon looking for more as well. Gets Spartak. God's Reign are starting to put it together on this CT pistol. 3 players. They are in brackets milling around. God's Reign already making that rotate up mid. The bomb's now been dropped by 9. A flank coming through from Yami around Moto side, but already does feel like this round is kind of gone for the Huns. He's spotted out as well as Cobra has now been found in Boiler and well traded by Pokemon. God's Reign are up to 8.
How did that even happen? Oh my god, Zerol. It's just unreasonable. He's in the perfect position to win the round for free. And Rossi just comes in with the most random peek you've ever seen from right next to the cold box. He's just peeking Moto. I guess they didn't have any jungle control, so fair enough. That was dirty territory by that point in the round. Zerol took so long to do anything that they actually got worried about the jungle flank.
8-5, and the chances of the favourites, the Huns, significantly diminished at this point in time. I mean, it's not done yet. It's not a done deal for God's Reign. They do obviously have to get quite a number of rounds on the board, and I want to see them get through this round comfortably as well before I really start to get excited for a potential God's Reign victory. But they're doing everything right at the moment. It's just they have this track record that's not too fantastic, that's sticking in my head.
Yeah. I do not think I've seen God's Reign actually close out a series before. Seen them be competitive. I've seen them take maps. But this would be them stepping into a new frontier, completing an upset to knock Huns out of this MRQ. Aggression over on jungle side, just fired up. Lines up 2 very easily. The flash comes too little, too late for the Huns. Now down in numbers. Need to find some entries up dig side, but they're kind of stuck in between a rock and a hard place. They want to keep fired up, pinned in the corner, but in the meanwhile, they've lost Bartak. Rossi gets involved in the round. Can they even clean him up? They finally do, but it took an eternity. And now Rossi swings out dig side for his 3k. God's Reign swat away that force buy, and what on earth are we seeing from the Huns? This is not the decisive team that I'm used to seeing. They honestly look scared in this game. It's kind of ridiculous.
It's timeout for the Huns. Not much chatting going on from 9 right there in the front of our screen. He is the in-game leader for this team. So you'd want to be hoping that someone else has got something to say. Surely Huns can't be out of ideas just yet. Only a few rounds into the T side.
I mean, this is a round where you don't need many ideas, to be honest. Just don't have a lot of money. Need to shave down the economy, because that was quite a clean anti-force out from God's Reign. Hero AK given over to Yami. And a couple upgraded pistols. The objective is very clear here for the Huns. Try to get some damage done, maybe create an opportunity that could snowball into something greater.
Definitely trying to put that AK to use early on in the piece. No success, really, apart from some chip damage, which, while nice, is not going to be enough to win the round. Right over the top will give Pokemon a little bit more of a tickle.
Slow round again for Huns. Looking very trepidatious on this T side. Just really have not been moving at any kind of pace, which is so uncharacteristic for a Mongolian team. You usually play at one speed on the T side, which is just running it down when they're feeling confident. Flash up over the top. Doesn't create an opportunity for Barbie, but what a bloody nade. Yami, though, getting involved with the Hero AK, but he's very low now, so someone else will have to do more of the dirty work for the Huns here.
Where's the rotate? There isn't one just yet from God's Reign. They've got to be coming across. This is going to be the Huns committing to B. Finn way back in the bomb site. Pokemon is low. This is still losable for sure for God's Reign. It's really on to Finn to make sure he gets one or two, and he's done very well. He might get all three. Cleans it up, and that is well handled in the end by God's Reign. You could really see the way that actually could have fallen apart, but in the end, God's Reign get it done. They're up to double digits. Again, well handled by Finn in particular, who stand out on Ancient, and he's having a pretty good time here on Inferno now as well.
Orbs out for Fired Up now. But first buy from the Huns. Cobra going to pull out a Mach 10, so there might be a bit of pace behind this round. Quick smoke to the bottom side of Nana. Fired Up. Posted down mid. We're just waiting for a mistake. Caught a whiff of one of the players. Does leg Yami on the cross through the wall. So shot connected. Yami lucky to be alive while peeking down middle like that. Bartak's found Rossi in the meanwhile, though. A little bit of inroads made towards Banana as the set of retake utility comes out. Actually, Bartak got that first opening kill, and he's over in Carp, so that must have happened on the A side of the map. Beg your pardon. Yeah, it's in Boiler.
Still not a bad setup for God's Reign. They've only got the one player over towards B, so it's kind of still that standard A hold with three players. And that is often enough to hold on to the site. A missed shot from the AWP make for a little bit more of a difficult task here. Tied up, giving up that line. Pokemon bouncing back and forth. He's activated in the mid-round. He's just walked out on a timing, and he's going to get Zeralt in the side. They don't see anything else in bracket, so there's going to be a massive rotate from God's Reign over to B. What a mid-round call. The Huns are going B again, and God's Reign now have three players on that side of the map. That's an insane read.
The disrespect from Finn. Just walk out on that line in the back part of the site. Barbie starting to fire up as well. Finn gets another Pokemon 2 from Coffins, which is exactly where the Huns are headed right now. 11-5. Unbelievable scenes. This might be India CS's biggest upset. At least for God's Reign. Definitely so.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time that an Indian team was competitive really at all within Asia domestically. I mean, remember we used to occasionally have some Indian teams playing in like those top 4 tournaments during the COVID period, but they were almost always non-factors. They'd sort of just get swept aside. So when was the last time a truly competitive Indian team was playing outside of India and having some degree of success? Even Optic India, which is the whole Forsaken haha joke, like they were touted as being pretty good, but I don't know that they had even really gotten going. Like, I don't know, is this maybe the most significant win in the history of Indian CS, dare I say? I don't have enough knowledge to say that for sure, but God's Reign are doing something that I don't think anybody expected of them. Maybe they didn't even expect this themselves.
Been a lot of investment behind this. Back together for quite a while. And this would be a good reward for all of that hard work. Pokemon has gone down though. So at least for this round, definitely can't get too carried away. Fired up, posted up in cups. Could be fed. A kill here by Bartak. He goes looking a little bit too long. God's Reign still with control of Banana for now. Trying to decide who they want to leave behind here or how they want to approach the rest of this round as they once again refresh this bottom banana smoke. With no pressure on the A side of the map and Rossi getting on this jungle side line, they can kind of sense that Huns are going to retake B at some point. And I like this little setup. Honestly, I like both of these setups on both sides of the map for God's Reign.
Yeah, the only way this falls apart is if the Huns would, for some reason, decide to walk through carpets and waterfall out onto A, but not happening. Harvey, oh, what's he done that for? He's swapped his gun out. Oh, he's a control wheel or something, I don't know, but maybe just panicked in the moment. See, made out or I don't know. Either way, that round probably should go by the wayside for God's Reign. Right up here. Oh, I was going to say you probably should be saving, but he's kind of chat moded it. Surely he can't get this one in the vault as well. Needs some help. Oh, where's the rifler? It doesn't matter. He's got the pistol out and he's got it done. 2-on-2. This is so possible. The flank coming in behind, though, will be of a concern. Rossi, a cursory look behind him, but I don't think he's truly aware that Bartak is coming in from behind. So, an exciting moment for a second there for God's Reign, but this seems to be a little too much ado for Fired Up, especially without a smoke. If he had a smoke and he could maybe play around that defuse, you might give him a chance, but time is ticking away. He'll get one kill, but no more than that, and the Huns, at least, will survive that round.
I don't think there's any players surviving though yet, Fabi. I think that's the second time I've seen him quick switch like that. I don't know if he's got a weird setup. Oh, like, I know that there are very niche players who play with, like, yeah, the switch weapon still on scroll wheel, which is a pretty noob move, if you ask me. But that's kind of what that looked like. Regardless, though, I mean, that could have been God's Reign's round. Didn't end up eventuating. Still was an expensive win for the Huns. Some level of investment in this round for God's Reign. Fired Up's been given a hero AWP, but the rest of the boys just half buying. So not everything. It's not all or nothing in this round for God's Reign. Just having a decent crack at it. Oh, there you go. Opening pick onto Zarol. Fired Up is playing so confidently. You absolutely love to see it. I've said his AWP has been a little off this tournament, but this is a perfect game for him to start to get himself going.
This is the guy that went like 0-13 or something in the first game that God's Reign played on LAN at Extremes Land. First sort of international appearance for God's Reign of the year, and he goes 0-13 in the first map. And here he is, map 3 of an elimination game of the MRQ against the Huns. Up 18-11, finding those opening picks. Could be the linchpin for this round. He set himself up in the right position as well. Over toward the B bomb site, but he is alone. He is still fragging. He is holding the line. He's going to go out in front of the smoke. He wants some more. He'll get some more. Fired Up is indeed firing up. Oh, the flick would have been insane to connect, but in the end, Bartak did go down. 9, the last player standing. This is madness. What a huge round out from Fired Up. And it's impossible for 9, you would think. He will clear out Banana, though.
I mean, it's not planted for him. It's on bloody first oranges. They just need to get on the defuse. It should not be winnable for him. They give him a lot of respect. Letting him creep up on the line here. He's going to take the first player out, but the defuse is done. There's too much for him to do. That's map point for God's Reign. What a bloody performance for Fired Up on the AWP here. Hero AWP, and he was really the hero of God's Reign in that round.
This might actually be happening. This is really happening in front of my eyes. I can't believe what I'm seeing. 12-6. The Huns are getting a buy through, but it's involving a Mac 10 and a Galil, so it's definitely not perfect. And God's Reign are about to pull off the most significant win in Indian Counter-Strike history against the favorite, the Asia qualifier.
Oh, another one Fired Up. This is outrageous. Chip damage coming in for Rossi in towards second middle. The Huns slowing things down as we start to settle here. Retake utility over towards Banana for the CT side. Once again, a double jungle side setup for God's Reign. I love that they keep mixing these in. Just giving up that A side of the map. So many teams just give so much respect and control over on bracket side to just play that dig site crossfire. Have been smoked off now, though. HENA does a lot of damage to Zerol. Fired up, trying to get back into position. He wants another crack here. Big side gets smoked off, though. But the Huns are going to turn tail back towards the B side of the map. They've picked the bomb up. Well, they're in kind of two minds about where they want to go. They can't make up their minds here.
I mean, they're surely just choking out of the pressure at this point. You know, there's comms going everywhere. Everyone's pressured to make a call. Does look like the decision will be towards A. God's Reign are going to hedge their bets and split it 2-2. But man at the moment is here. Fired up over toward A. And, I mean, just look at how much confidence he's playing with. He's going to go for the peak. Damage being done. Pokemon's got one. Fired up another. And doesn't quite get the flick onto Cobra Zera. But they have at least got the 2 for 2. And scrambling for the bomb plant is Cobra. Harvey and Finn were given quite a bit of time to rotate before that bomb plant went down. So they've got a lot to work with on this retake.
Yeah. Resmoke on Moto side. God's Reign hand in hand up dig. There is a pit side crossfire here for the Huns, Jordan.
Tough one to break. You could save these guns as God's Reign, honestly. Plenty of rounds left to close this one out, but they want to give it a crack. Oh, back down. Here it is. This could be the moment. It's on to Cobra to try to save the day. They know exactly where he is, and they've got it done. They have finished it off. Can you believe it? The defuse is through. 13-16. God's Reign will eliminate the Huns, and that is a huge win for the region.
Absolutely ecstatic. God's Reign cannot believe they've just knocked the Huns, arguably the favorites to win this MRQ coming into it. You can see they are absolutely shattered. A lot of people said God's Reign is a team that did not even warrant having a spot in this MRQ. Pokemon is just smiling to himself. I think it's Pokemon chilling in bloody Pakistan there while the rest of the boys are at ACL. He is apparently playing on 100 ping, by the way. And he was playing like an absolute chat in this tournament. Just running around on 100 ping, try peeking everything, trying to create opportunities for God's Reign. This is a ridiculous upset. This might be the biggest upset we've seen from Indian CS thus far.
Right, God's Reign with a result like that keeps them alive in the competition, keeps their major dreams hopeful, but obviously a long, long road ahead tomorrow. They'd still have to go through 2 best-of-3s against 2 pretty hot-looking Mongolian squads in Chinggis Warriors and Eruption, but even the mere fact that they have knocked the Huns out is a huge result that they can take some pride in. You know, at this point, we've been sort of saying, oh, look, God's Reign should just be happy to be here, proud to be representing India and Pakistan at the major qualifiers that really no Indian team has ever really done before, and yet they've gone one better than that and knocked out the favorites. That is horrific for the Huns, as you could see. 9 really not looking too happy. It's high highs to very low lows for the Huns, and particularly for 9, because when he went and played in Blast Lisbon, everyone was like, man, this 9 guy is sick. He had an awesome tournament. He even got a geographically challenged episode title named after him that said New Goat. Well, I'm sorry, friendship ended with 9. Fired Up is my best friend.
That was a sick round from him. Finn's been outstanding. Seen some individual inconsistencies and individual performances that are kind of up and down all over the place. But for God's Reign here, you know, you got to take home a big tick in their book. They're going to be very happy with that upset. Anything on top of this is just a bonus. Like, that is the best-of-3 win that we've been waiting for these guys for such a long time. And I really hope that they're able to keep up this level for the foreseeable future, because it'll be great to have another region that I can say does have some good representation in Asia. I mean, we need as many great teams as we can get.
Indeed, indeed. But Pilsky, I think it's time for us to wrap things up here for day number 2 of the Asia qualifier, the Asia MRQ. We'll be back again tomorrow, of course, with a lot more to talk about. Oceania wrapping up and Asia also wrapping up. We'll be sending 2 teams through to the major, one of which might still be God's Reign. They've given themselves at least that chance. We'll be looking forward to covering that all for you. Same time, same place tomorrow. We do look forward to seeing you then. Have a good night.